All right. Man, I still sound a bit. I don't know. Pressures here is weird. My ears are weird. Hello, it's Thursday. We are painting. I think. Hopefully. Well, first I think I do a little bit more carving. I feel like as this dried, it became a little bit less. Hello, Samurai. I shall indeed have water. Thank you for that. Maybe I'll help my ears. Anyway, so we got this insane rocky ramp thing, and I feel like along here, which is going to be the primary angle of viewing this thing in picture form, needs to be a little sharper, closer to what happened over here. And even though it's hard, and we can still alter this a bit. In fact, actually, the alterations will come out even sharper still. Where's the right tool? Here we go. Actually, I suppose I don't really even need to wet it. How you doing, Samurai? My voice is still a little crackly, but it feels genuinely stronger. Have I? I have gone and bent this a bunch. I didn't say it would carve easily. I said it would carve. I feel like some of these is probably diminishing returns. And I probably should just go with it at this point. Nope, I just have to keep messing with it. We're just gonna go with it. I'm just gonna go. It'll be fine. Once it's primed and dry brushed and everything, it'll be fine. Alright, so in what state did I leave my airbrush in? Clean enough, it seems. Cool. Make sure it's not just full of moisture. Empty all the moisture traps. Make sure there's no moisture in the airbrush itself. Also realizing this sweater is beginning to wear. Apparently in the seams. Apparently knows that. Alright. Alright, so that's all fine. Let's get our cardboard box for the backing, so I'm not airbrushing my entire desk. Usually a good idea. The handle's kind of superfluous at this point. Actually, you know what? Do I have any of the blue tack around still? Oh, here we go. Here's a bit of blue tack. Actually, stick it to the handle might be helpful. Alright, that's good enough. It doesn't need to be a super firm stick. It really doesn't. I use StenoRes Airbrush Primer. They're using black for this. And I'm actually going to be hitting both the base and the front tire piece with that. Skip a few steps. In fact, when we're done with this, the tire will only need a light dry brushing itself, and the steel on the side done, and it's done. But usually the time consuming part is actually the oh, I should put a little bit of full improver before the primer. That's okay. A little bit after, and just stir it in. Usually the time sucking bit would be repainting it black, as it would be primed white with everything else. I feel like the scope's a little narrow and it's coming out a little late, but alright. Oh no, the coloration was purely from the box. Okay. One day I'm gonna get a compressor with a tank on it. Won't be so noisy. That day is not today. I will say I'm quite excited for how this base is gonna come out. I was quite happy with it last night. Cool. Hey, Koosh! Welcome to the stream, finally. Now we have a great stream being now on my at work. Yeah, you got it, man. Hey, the real life always comes first, man. You do what you gotta do. Nice to see you, though. Welcome to the stream. I'm gonna dump this excess primer back in for later. Now move on to base coating of the black, and then we'll get to the white. But yeah, thanks for the lurk, man. Even when you're not here. What am I looking for? I need more flow improver, I need thinner, and I need some matte black. Oop. A great set of different angles and layout. Oh, thanks, man. I try. I try for some modicum of professionalism. I figure if at least I'm not gonna be professional, I can at least have I can at least appear professional. Okay, this is I need this much thinner. This needs to be vastly thinner. This is not coming out very with good coverage. I'm gonna be here for the next half an hour with that coverage. Jeez. You know what? I keep being told in Airbrush tutorial vids, get to like the consistency of milk. I don't drink milk. I don't look at milk. Actually, I find after being like I haven't like used cow milk in over a decade, so now it just looks gross to me. So I'm like, what is that? What's that consistency even look like anymore? I guess that'll kind of work. It's also always annoying to do the base coating just because it's hard to see what you're doing. But it is an important step. Airbrush primer, while good, does still benefit greatly from having a layer of like normal paint put over it to then dry and bind it all in together and everything. Also, it will give you an exact color match, or, extremely close to a color match. I mean, the white is sometimes questionable, but a very close to color match when you go back to fix stuff later. I'll let that dry. That will need a second coat because this is now so thin. But we're getting very quick coverage, at least. What we really need is this level of thinness when we go into the white. Alright, I'm going to do to quicken this up a little bit is I'm just going to punch air through this. I actually really like this song. Fan-made song about Critical Role's Campaign 2 group, which honestly I think was the best of their seasons so far. I know Vox Machina is like their classic one, and their season 2 is actually premiering very soon. I don't remember the exact day, but within the next 2 weeks it's premiering on Amazon. And I will be watching it as it comes out, as my schedule allows me. Uh, and the new campaign, Campaign 3, is very fun, but the Mighty Nine are just... they're just the best. Alright. Yeah, I'm just gonna let that dry. We'll punch the black back and then switch to white and do all of the bits of the actual dude. If you're wondering, that does indeed actually slowly thin down the contents of the entire bottle, which oftentimes I find to be a bonus, as I am usually wanting paint to be thinner rather than thicker, with a couple of exceptions. Morphing brown needs to be much thicker. Why is that so thin? Why is it transparent to that degree out of the pot? That's absurd. I would rather it start thick and I have to thin it down as far as pigment to medium ratio in the beginning. And then I do things like add thinner over time, stuff like that. But now it's like I can't do anything with Mornfang Brown except take it straight out of pot and do like, you know, 7 coats to make it a base coat. And it is a base paint, right? It is a base paint. Yeah, it's considered a base paint. I don't know what TW is doing with that one, or Sid, I suppose, is doing with that one. Crazy. Also, I gotta pee again. It's be like third time in like 40 minutes. What if I was out grapefruit with breakfast? Anyway. Yeah, alright. That's usable to switch to white. Um, I will be back in just a minute. Alright, I'm back. Oh, cool. It's held by I keep forgetting the name. Brothers of Metal. I keep forgetting because it's such a campy, like 80s name, but hey, music's decent. Alright, throwing in some flow improver, some thinner, which for reference I use all Vallejo's stuff, which I do have Amazon affiliate links for in the about panels, and I want to say I have a command for it, like command affiliate, something like that. Oh wait, no, I'm not at the Malware yet. I'm at the StenoRes, which I also have the primer in the affiliate links. Most everything I use on the stream, from equipment to painting, I have. Except for my paintbrushes, because uh, minding my hobby is kind of weird. I know, it was some black. Oh, there's so much white, you shouldn't even be able to notice. Nah, you can't notice. You can't tell. Oop. Okay, don't shake too much. I don't often airbrush with this much in the pot, but I got a lot of priming to do. Is there water inside the thing again? Do I have to... No. Hey, former. Your way home from police station. What'd you do? Listen, I understand if they owed you money, but you can only take the stuff so far. I intercepted crime with Matt's swordsman skills, and I was taken there to help them fill report. Oh, okay. It sounds like there's a story there. Alright, I think I'm ready to start priming the main pieces. Yeesh. I'm trying to remember. This is Jeff. I was trying to remember which cover of this was. It's Jeff Castellucci. I was waiting for True my GF and I saw a guy pulling out a knife on some older lady. So then you pulled out your knife? That how that worked? So I took out my baton and jumped in? Ah, close enough. Couldn't pepper spray him because there was strong wind. That's fair. It would be risky. Yes, that pepper spray is an AoE weapon. That's the reality of that. But good job doing the justice. Try to stab you, but it was telegraphed and slow. Of course it is. They never know what they're doing. If they knew what they were, if they knew what they were doing, it would mean they had the discipline and focus to be able to do more productive things than and then try to mug old ladies. That's why bandits' fighting skills are always bad, because it takes effort to get good skills, or yeah, it takes effort to get good skills, which means you could be getting better skills than being a bandit. You think he broke his? Good. Bonus points. That's what I call that. You let him attack you first? Man, I would have been there so hard and fast. Here's the thing, bad guys are screwed if they do in front of me, because I don't carry around a baton, I carry around a hunting knife. I never leave the house with that one. So it's like, literally, mugger pulls out knife, your money or your life. I pull out my knife. Same question. Jump between them to protect. I keep um sweeping to jittery. Just full coverage with a couple layers. Yeah. Okay. That that can be waiting for base coat now. So I keep getting water around the little casing thing there. He attacked, but most importantly, he got his baton back. Oh, nice! You got your weapon back. Very good. I will admit, if that did happen with me, it might be questionable if I got my knife back, which would suck because it's a really nice knife. Because technically, I shouldn't be carrying it the way I do. I have it strapped to my leg under usually my jean legging, and it's like a ½ inch too long for my state's laws for concealed carry, but like, whatever. I hardly ever leave the house, and what I do is to go to the grocery store, so it's not like something's actually gonna happen, but I just prefer it as a habit. They almost took it from me, but I kindly asked if I could have it back. I carry it on my belt. I carry it open on my belt like lightsaber. Yeah, fair. To discourage junkies. Totally fair. If I lived in a city, yeah, probably even more important. It's ironic. I've been in a number of fights and I've been assaulted a number of times in my life. And ever since I started carrying knives on me, usually hidden, never had a problem. Never even came close to having a problem. Go figure. Oh yeah, former. You'll be glad to learn that 40K fixed some of its rules very recently. Okay, is there still paint like dripping down from the barrel? Why am I still getting foaming? Okay, there's nothing in there. Weird. The foaming the foaming around the cap here, it doesn't really mess anything up that I'm aware of. It just bugs me. Oh, well, to be fair, it can be used as a warning that there is moisture inside the workings, which is a problem. But I know that's not the case right now, so right now it's purely just OCD. No, I know, that's why I pointed that out. They stealth fixed the Supreme Commander's issues they accidentally made with the Arcs of Omen. That made it so you couldn't really play Supreme Commanders with other sub-factions that weren't their own. Ah, okay, well that time it's because I shook it too much again. I gotta stop doing that. Or I just gotta put the cap on it. Why don't I just put the cap on it? I'm just making problems for myself. There we go. No, it doesn't matter. Okay, painting to 2 steps from hell makes everything more beautiful. Makes everything better. Did I miss a really bad mold line right there? I did. Alright, 1 second. What I care the most is the fact I can't play a ton of Valkyries. I agree that it was very dumb. Especially because the reason that happened was purely orcs right after their codex came out. No one else was having a problem, not even the Eldar, which historically have been the ones with the most problematic aircraft. It has even swung around to mess with me, because now I'm not using my Storm Raven because I can only bring it in turn 2. Like, I have to bring it in turn 2 or later. I can't start with it on the board. Which, to be fair, in that one tile game I had, like, mid last year, that would have helped me. But if it didn't blow up my Storm... blah. Blow up my Storm Raven, they would have blown something else up. But on OPR I can, and AdMech. But yeah, AdMech did have a bit of a problem with their flyers. Yeah, see, here's the thing. When you got very selective problems, use very selective solutions. Just increase their points. We already have means of fixing this stuff. They can even keep their cool, fluffy rules. Just increase their points. Okay, what is it about one-page rules that makes it so much better? Because I still haven't looked at it. I've been far too busy for a very long time. There's a lot of mold lines still on that piece, but you don't really see that piece very well, so whatever. It's less complex, thus faster and better for new people. Okay. What about people like me that are not new people that like the complexity? I actually enjoy the complexity, I'm not gonna lie. I often find very simple games very fun for a very short amount of time. It doesn't have enough meat on the bones to keep me interested. Like, there's no rules bogging game down. I'm one of those crazy people that even though I didn't play it, just conceptually, I want to go try out, like, the crazy stuff from 7th edition, like, vehicle, armor facing and templates. Because you know what? Those sound more realistic to me, which sounds cool to me. I don't have a problem with the game taking, hours and hours and hours. Uh, I don't mind that at all, actually. In fact, a lot of my favorite board games are like that, like Monopoly and Risk. If you like complexity in there, extended rules and point calc will allow you to design your own army. Okay. Here's the reason I want armor facing on vehicles back, so I can at least try it out. Is so that my maneuverability as Raven Guard means something, so I can put like Eradicator somewhere specific to take advantage of vehicles facing a certain way. Or in relation, face my vehicles certain ways, kind of similar to like realistic tank combat, which I do play stuff like War Thunder, for example, that utilize that. It's also like that's the reason I play War Thunder and not Royal Tanks when I want to do tank gameplay, because of stuff like that. I want my knowledge of, like, for example, here's where the ammo is stored on this tank to be an advantage for me instead of some useless trivia. Because guess what? In War Thunder, you hit that spot and penetrate the armor and hit their ammo, they're probably popping. Odds are they're screwed. Which also means you should know where your ammo is kept so you can keep that as far away from everyone else as possible. There's no problem with coax creep as all units are calculated the same system while having distinct fluff. Distinct fluff, but do they have distinct rules that reflects that fluff? All fluff just means stuff we say about stuff. It doesn't necessarily reflect on gameplay at all. Yes, okay. So are Raven Guard sneaky? They often have special army rules. Okay. Well, guess what? Some people would say that that's extra rules that's going to bog the game down. I don't know. So far, when I step back from it and take the 30-foot view, it sounds like they just it sounds like they arbitrarily trimmed down the 40k rules a lot to where they felt like the game felt better for them, which is totally fair. I don't know why everyone keeps saying it's objectively better. Not sure there are Raven Guard, but you can remake Battle Bars, give them stealth and ambush. Okay. That also means anyone could do it then. Extras are Grey Knight proxies are anti-psychics. Okay, give me an example of what you say a rule in current standard 40k that quote bogs the game down. And there is a longer line of reasoning behind this questioning, by the way. But I need definitions here. or reference points. Two main terrain traits? Okay. Uh, sure, except that was the thing that the people asked for after 8th when there were, like, no terrain rules. And thus the gameplay, the map gameplay felt very static and kind of meaningless. 3 rolls for attacking? Okay. 3 rules for attacking. I don't see the issue with that because it allows you to have different types of defenses and offenses, which makes sense based on how, like, all the different defenses and attacks work in 40k because you have so much different stuff. Like, that allows you to have the mechanical the mechanical difference between, like, say, grav and plasma. If you take too many layers off, and then everything is the same. For example, Volkite is right now mechanically middling strength, 0 AP, decent anti-infantry damage, like pretty good anti-infantry damage, and has the ability to inflict mortal wounds. Plasma has very high strength, medium to high medium high AP, and standard anti-infantry, except when you overcharge it. Grav is middling strength, but the high AP. That is, Grav rule. And then Flamer has medium strength, no AP, low damage, but auto hits potentially a bunch of times, but it's not guaranteed. You couldn't do all that to give them such distinct flavors and personalities. 2 are enough. Okay, which 2 would it be? Is it the hit? Is it strength, toughness, or is it armor, the armor save? Like, which one are you getting rid of? Because remember, you're still only using a d6 die, which some people still say is not even enough proper, like, what do you call it? Hit and save. Yeah, I figured you'd go with that. Except here's the problem. Like I was saying, you're using d6s. You only have a 1 to 6 range on those. So now you have two scales of, like, the person's capability of hitting and the person's armor's capability of saving, and then you have the modifier of armor penetration. Okay, so you have 6 levels of weapon strength instead of, like, 6 times 6. and then your damage. Plasma hits harder than grav. The only reason that's the case is because it has higher strength. Everything about it for its base, for both of their standard profiles, are the same. But I don't think anyone would argue that plasma should hit harder than grav. And then how do you determine anti-vehicular weapons? Very high armor penetration? Okay, well, in theory, there should be anti-infantry weapons that have very high armor penetration, like sniper rifles, for example. You could argue should have very high armor penetration, or plasma. Plasma's not even actually an anti-armor weapon. It's an anti-heavy infantry, because it doesn't do enough large-scale damage to affect a vehicle. But it has the same armor penetration as a las cannon. Like, I think there's a perfectly logical reason and place for strength and toughness. Because you have such a wide swath of different actual things in the gameplay that you need to differentiate. And all that bogs game down. No, it defines the game. Okay, so it sounds like you just want a quicker game. In which case, I'd say maybe you shouldn't be playing 40k. 40k is about big. Oh, here's an example in Melee. All the other profiles, uh, except for damage, are the same between a Space Marine captain with a power sword and a Redemptor Dreadnought's power fist. Or a close combat weapon, or whatever it's called. The Redemptor's fist. The difference is the power sword has a strength of 4, and the Redemptor has a strength of 12. Or higher even. It might be 14. Yes, the Dreadnought does D6 damage, but that's already as high as it can get. Or actually, it might be 3 plus D3. Like, you can't get the damage that much higher on it already. Like, you can't differentiate them that much more to show that the Dreadnought hits that much harder than a dude with a power sword. I can take Plasma Rifles on my infantry is high AP, but still sucks in vehicles. It takes a long time to kill without deadly rule. What's the deadly rule? You just added another rule. Now I gotta keep track of all these different extra rules. That's where the fusion rifle comes in. Okay, but tell me, what's the deadly rule? Because it sounds like it's taking the Horus Heresy approach, from what I understand of it, which that there's all these um named rules that you tag onto stuff that just gives them extra attributes, which is now a whole nother rule system I have to keep in mind, as opposed to just numbers on a template. Deadliest damage profile. Right, but it adds an attribute, right? Is the point? Like its purpose to, all weapons deal 1 damage. Deadly 3 means it deals 3 damages. Okay, but how much health does say a rhino have? And that also kills scale, actually. Unless you have more rules that are bigger and badder than deadly. Because damage for stay attribute. No. Damage is a template. There's a difference. Okay, so deadly's like adding a special rule in the special rules box, while a template is everything works along the same rules, it's just a different number. It's like in programming. You make a class that adds, you make a class that has 3 parameters on it. And those are strength, armor penetration, and damage. And then every time you tag something to that class, it just applies in the number for those 3. It's a template. Deadly is a new special rule. that you are adding on. It's like the, no, it's a special rule. All weapons are technically deadly 1. But you're gonna tell me that there are more versions of deadly that do more or do different amounts, then now you have to keep track of those instead of just looking at a damage number. Like that, because, and here's why I know that's the case. You take the Sakaran Venator, right? Right now, in its current form, heavy 3, strength 12, AP neg 3, d6 damage. If it doesn't move, flat 6 damage. It can, without a lot of difficulty, output 18 damage. That will flat out kill a lot of vehicles. How does that game uh like rule in something that's supposed to be that absurdly deadly? Unless you're going to tell me that all vehicles have 3 health, in which case, okay, great. So a Titan could take 3 successful lasgun shots and then blow up. That doesn't work either. There's the thing is 40k has a lot of scale. The real problem is that most of the motivation for how they write rules, or a lot of the motivation for how they write rules, is based on selling models, not on making a balanced game. It's usually just balanced enough that people will play it, but it's written in weapon stat as a number of attacks, range, AP, which might be deadly, which means better damage than 1. Okay, so is it that there's multiple does deadly have tiers then? Is it like deadly 1 is 3 damage and deadly 2 is 6 damage? You still haven't answered my base question, which is how do you have a weapon that does more than 3 damage? Because vehicles definitely have more than 3 health. There definitely is not enough paint in there. No, it just says deadly and amount of damage. So deadly just unlocks the damage template that we already had then. Deadly 6 deals 6 damage. That is extra steps to what we had already, which was just damage. What do you mean? That's dumb. I'm calling it out as dumb. That's dumb. That is 40k damage with extra steps. Because guess what? You still have a bunch of stuff that says that. So why not just say the number? It may as well just say damage 1 on everything except the stuff that it's not damage 1, which is what 40k does. Like what? That's just oh man. Why? Yeah. So okay. So back to what I was saying before. It sounds like they just didn't like 40k for the balance I had at the time, so wrote up a new thing that is somewhere between it's extra the same amount of steps, but most weapons don't have that step and just deal 1 damage. No, it's extra steps because you had to tell me that weapons have a deadly profile, which is their damage profile, which is the number after deadly is the amount of damage it does. And if it doesn't say deadly, you assume that does 1 damage. That is the same thing as just saying, hey, things have a damage amount. Except you had to explain way more to me. We had to have it was nearly 10 minutes between when you told me about deadly and when I learned that it's the same thing as damage. The exact same thing as damage. What's happening here? Why am I again like no paint? I must might not be thin enough. A3 is like 3 damage that is the same amount of step. Okay, so then it's the same number of steps. Okay, let's say that. Guess what? Nothing's changed from 40k. Nothing has changed then. It's just different language. But it's supposed to be better and more streamlined, I thought. Except they, I guess, reduced the damage scale? Kind of takes a longer time when writing in your non-native language. The person assumes answer before you finish writing and is frustrated. Well, to be fair, you did get there where, like, you said leg deadly 6 deals 6 damage. You could have led with that. Only damage didn't change anything. Okay. Shooting is almost same. Yes. Okay. So what were the things they bugged that so they removed strength weakness, which I would disagree with. There isn't a save roll. Okay, so it's whatever their defense profile is, just it beats it or doesn't. Okay, well that I don't think I like as much. For the reason that it removes the okay, it's the reasoning why the hammerhead railgun ignoring invulns was a bad rule. Because it removes the other player from the equation, which isn't fun. Which is often points you need both high strength and high AP to hurt things. Yeah, no, we went over that. There's no wound roll. Which also removes the potential for a lot of potential flavory content because a lot of rolls are able to connect off the wound roll. There is hit and save. Oh, there's no... Okay, you're saying there's no wound roll. If it makes you feel better, English is usually hard for native English speakers every day. I guess I need more thinner in here still. Because it's still not coming out very... Or maybe I need more flow improver. I'll throw more flow improver in there first. Put a whole bunch in there. Anyway, I just prefer speed of playing, similar rules, ability to scratch my own balanced army. Scratch and build my own balanced army. Okay, I mean, I guess that's fair. I guess it's just none of those, like, super... None of those were really a problem for me. I mean, I might complain about balance a lot, but ironically, when my sub-faction, the Raven Guard, specifically were considered the second worst faction in the game, I came in third in a local tournament. So, I mean, like, even the bad balance is not necessarily an issue for me, apparently. Like, I was still able to not just hold my own, but decisively win against factions I had no right doing as well as I did against. I like the complexity because it gives breadth and depth to the game, and I don't mind that it lasts a long time. Because when I am able to play, it's because I'm able to both manage the logistics to get a game happen in the first place, and I have set aside that entire day for Warhammer. Nice. So you lost, and then you turn around, learn from your mistakes, and then won. Very good. Why can't I? Is this still not thin enough? Oh, white's being a terrible color in every way. Just a ton more thinner. It's gonna be so thin by the time this works. I think thermostats are no way to get how armies are balanced, as most new players would pick poster boys and lose, slowing overall win rate. That's a self-disproving statement. Honestly. You're talking about tournament stats. You don't have new players at tournaments. If you do, you have very, 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 very few of them. Use tournaments because those are, like, 99% of them are people that know what they're doing. Like, tournament stats are not random game store casual gameplay stats, which is why we use tournament stats. Which is also why I did as well as I did, because mine was a local tournament at my local game store versus other casual players. Yes, we all know how to play the game, but when it comes to, like, min-maxing rules, I'm probably one of the more serious people there, partially because I play so rarely that I really make sure I know the rules. Or they think they know what they're doing. The point is, the people at the very top that are routinely winning are using the same factions over and over again. And some of these people, or a lot of these people, a lot of the top tournament players are not people that solo an army. That's not really how it works. So they picked an army they believed was doing well, that they had access to through whatever their means are, and then figured out how to break that thing. And there is in the largest tournaments, like LVO and Adepticon there is a level of matchmaking that they apply as you go through the tournament. They more and more refinedly set you against people roughly your, I'm not going to say your skill level, but your output level, how well you are doing that day. So yes, using tournament stats is actually a good way of tracking the objective strength of an army. Are there outliers? Yes. But like by and large, you know. I know, but I believe Space Marines would have a bit better win rate if they wouldn't be so popular amongst news players. I would say for 2 to 4%. But again, you're not having like new players go to Adepticon. If anything, them being so popular would actually in tournaments you'd think bring their stats up because they have so much more data that they would have more good players amongst them to pull them up in a tournament setting. Well, no, it's always more reliable to have more data than less. And you only get more data by more games being played. Okay, for the love, I just can't seem to get more than like a pencil's width, like a pencil tip's width out of this thing right now. You know, there's got to be some grit or something in the nozzle. Because there's like so much thinner in this paint right now. Okay, that's a little bit wider. Okay, what's more reliable? One Harlequin player winning every single match because they're the only one that plays Harlequins, or 100 people playing Space Marines and their stats being all over the place, but at least you could get like an average out of them. For judging the strength of Harlequins and Space Marines. Additionally, you know what? I will look at play rates of Space Marines versus other factions. I think they will have highest play rate amongst low win rate factions. Of course they will. No one's arguing that point. Space Marines are the most popular faction. That wasn't my point. My point was that your point of Space Marines being popular, thus having a lot of low skill players, is um massively adjusting the stats coming out of tournaments. It's not though, because new players don't play at tournaments. If you're talking about new players coming in, choosing Space Marines, and then 3 years later playing at tournaments, that still doesn't matter because after 3 years, they know how to play the faction. And you still are getting more data rather than less, which is still better. Additionally, Space Marines have historically usually been one of the weakest factions in the game. At least like generic Space Marines, like Codex Space Marines. So much so that there's a little bit of a conspiracy that they do that on purpose, so the most popular faction is not always also the strongest faction. Except when it is, because they need to keep them somewhat interested. Like, and it's usually at the end of... It's usually like the first 6 weeks of an edition, the last 6 months of a faction. I mean, not a faction, in edition. I'm not saying Space Marines weren't bad, but I believe there are more lesser skilled players playing Space Marines. That's true, just not at tournaments. or, like, yes. One sec. Or there could indeed be more lesser skilled Space Marine players at tournaments, but they're not new. It's not because they're new players. It's because that's just how it happened to go. But having more data will give you a more concrete view of all of that than having less data. They say, Henlo, I am sober, but not for long. I believe that is a lie. I believe the not for long happened a little while ago. Also, sorry, Former and I are debating about 40k. First, we were debating about the one-page rules, and now we're debating about tournament stats. And I just woke up, make some pancakes, nice. I didn't want to say noobs. You can just say low skill, or unskilled, or lesser skilled, or bad. You can say bad. Now it's time for the baked portion of my morning. Alright. Geez, I'm having so much trouble. So many problems with just getting this to spray in an efficient manner. Okay, that seems to be reasonable. Nope, it's fading off. Nope, it's fading off again. What is the issue here? I hope you change your name one day to AKA Former so we can all call you formerly known as Former. Formerly known as Former. Oh, FKA Former. It'd be FKA Former. Formerly known as Former. If anything, it would ruin my inches. Okay. If anything, I think what's a bigger problem is the opposite problem with the tournament stats, in which case Harlequins is a very high skill floor and a very, very high skill ceiling army. It is usually extremely good, partially because it plays extremely different from everyone else, no matter what edition we're talking about, and thus usually crushes, like, real hard. Most of 8th edition, most of 9th edition, both Harlequins were really, really good. However, because of its very high skill floor, in comparison to anyone else, except for, like, Gene Stealer Cult, there were not that many players. Even more so because they're very high skill floor to paint in a way that looks like Harlequins. They're infamous for it. So we don't have a lot of Harlequin info from tournaments, except them doing extremely good. So no matter when you look at it, they almost always look top of A tier or S tier. And it's hard to really be sure if that's actually the case or not, because the only ones we're seeing are the people dominating with them. Just sweeping people. So is that reliable? I mean, it's reliably high tier results, but mathematically, it's not reliable data. Like, it's not good enough data that we can turn around and say, in a casual environment, Harlequins are super dangerous. No, that's not the case at all. In a casual environment, they're probably pretty bad because they take so much skill to play well. That's kind of what happened with the Drakari that I played against in that tournament. Yeah, that guy solos that army, so if anyone would know how to play that army, it'd be him. But even still, it's so high skill that, like, I took Raven Guard and dunked on him. Is he a bad player? No, he's dunked on me before with Drakari in back in 8th edition. But I remember watching the 2021 Warhammer Finals tournament live, and the finals was a mirror match, 2 Harlequin players spamming the Harlequin boat just as much as physically possible. I don't know the name of that extra mile. It's like troop champ. Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. It's like the. Oh, I hear it all the time. Why don't I remember it? Something spinner, I think, or like Fate Weaver, Star Weaver, Star Spinner, something like that. Yeah, no, that's basically it. Yeah, it's a troop transport fight. You know how hilarious, how like stupid a Space Marine version of that would look? Just be a bunch of rhinos like playing chicken with each other. A bunch of rolling bricks playing chicken. That was hilarious. There's finals, a mirror match. All Spain same one OP unit. It was a turn one board wipe. Yeah. Yeah, that's Harlequin's tournament data, man. Okay, I am getting ticked. I don't know how I could adjust the justice anymore. I don't know what the problem here is. I'm about to take the nozzle entirely off and put it back on. That or it's drying between the needle and the nozzle so fast. Welcome Warhammer. Okay, I'm now way too dank. No, I think it's the appropriate amount of dank for Warhammer. Dude, it's the Grim Dank. It's Battle Mace Grim Dank. Let me tell you about my army. They're a bunch of elite infantry that die if you look bad at them, or it's a breeze they weren't expecting. I made my own Siren army in the one-page rules. Yeah, nice. That basically, I forgot to put the cap on there. Son of a. Not gonna lie, the airbrushing was supposed to be the first hour of the stream, and then we were supposed to be working on the base and then painting the bike. We are an hour and a half in, and I am only 2 pieces of the way through the base coating. I think I finally got it, though. It is very thin, but it is functioning, I think. Barely. It is redonkulously thin. Man, I want someone to play Stars of Legions with so bad. Well, no. Let's be able to use my army. With all the Scions with Vicons give GW. Really, it just sounds like this description you gave just sounds like Space Marines right now. Because they took away armor contempt, so all our stuff is way cheaper now, but we die very easily. Okay, I think I finally got it. Here we go. Alright, here we go. Wow. Whatever need to clear, cleared. We're going. It's very thin and pretty wet, but it's going. Probably gonna have to do each bit a few times over, but you know what? It's gonna be quick at least, each go. In any motivation campaign, just to paint, I lose interest in motivation. But if I'm actually playing with the models, I'm all for paying them. That's how I am. If I have an art, or I'm getting paid for it, you know. But if I have an army, I'm painting and building up and actively using, and I can enjoy myself painting just for painting because I'm still progressing the skill that will show up my models I actually use. Now I have no actual use for any of my models. I've just halted painting altogether. I have models to paint right now too. They die even easier than Space Marines. Space Marines in OPR are actually pretty tough to kill for basic human infantry rifles. Fair enough. Um, yeah, actually, for a while, uh, one of the reasons I wasn't painting any Raven Guard wasn't even just because I had the big commission, but was because I had found my hold on. Yeah. Blah. I had found my ideal army for the moment, and it was fully painted. So I couldn't find any motivation to paint like anything else. So I would just keep painting the white scars. Now with the big rules change up, there's a bunch of things I'm considering painting. You know, between getting this and I guess whatever happens with the first squad of Voton, which might be a straight up swap of the white scars and the Voton when he picks him up, because he is a local player. Uh, but they won't take me that long to paint. It won't be like these guys. Not even close. But yeah, I'm not even completely certain on the army list, actually, for now. And what sucks is that I know this is only gonna last like 6 months or so. So it's kind of like a timer for does I even need a second code? Yeah, I'll give that one a second code. It's kind of a timer on how long I can even paint or like build stuff in relation to this, but I know it's because of a new edition coming, which you know what, I'm fine with. Actually, I'm okay with a new edition. If nothing else, it'll give me a new codex. Though I have heard that there are new supplements coming. I don't know. I want new rules. I want new rules for Space Marine specifically. Being really cheap and free war gear is pretty cool and everything, but I like some new base rules. But it doesn't mean I won't utilize this as motivation to paint a bunch of stuff I currently own. See, this is what airbrushing is supposed to be. It's just, for some reason, I keep running into problems. Like, if I were to paint Raven Guard right now, I wouldn't be sure if I was painting infiltrators, or tactical marines, or intercessors, or even maybe assault intercessors, or scouts, or Tartarus terminators, or a relic contemptor. All of those things are kind of maybes in my list right now. Which is nuts. Especially because I didn't think I'd be considering scouts for at least a whole nother edition. If I take a 10-man infantry squad from Human Defense Forces, Astra Militarum, and shoot at Prime Brother Squad, only 0.5 of them die on average. 0.27 if they stand in cover. Okay, to be fair, that is a lot more lore realistic. It is pretty hard for Astra Militarum to actually kill a Space Marine. Unless you get lucky like that one dude from Dark Imperium. They were fighting Death Guard, and a guy stabbed the barrel of his rifle up under the dude's like partially separated helmet. So when he shot, it was just pure like all face in the front of his head. That was then contained by his helmet, ironically. So it was actually just even worse than just a standard lasgun blast. So yeah, no, that Death Guard went right down. Like fair, legit Space Marine kill. There's another one, I don't remember which book it was, but also Death Guard. A commander was captured, dragged forward, and to the commander, and took out a few of the honor guard with a crack grenade. That was pretty legit. Hilariously, they're all in situations where they're very up close. Those Prime Brothers, 500 squad, shoot back to kill 2.7 infantry guys. To be fair, that feels a little on the slow end if you're going for lore realism, but fair enough. What? You okay, Sai? What are you on about? Sai, you are hilarious. You know why? You say that as I finish. I am done. I've been airbrushing for an hour 40. Yeah, and probably normally for that much airbrushing, I usually would wear a mask, but I knew it was just going to tick me off in regards to chatting, because I wouldn't be able to talk to you guys hardly at all. My super cool guys with better weapons shoot prime brothers. They kill 1.1 of them. They're Kasakin Cyan level troops. The half squash wiped out his burst. Look at them. You know what I get in 40k that I would not get in one-page rolls? Not just Sneaky Raven Guard, but a whole book of special stuff I get to do as Raven Guard. Turn 2 forward if I want. I can have +1 up, +1 a wound against characters. A named character with a bunch of stuff he does. I think people really sleep on how much Cave and Strike can do. Cave and Strike does a bunch of stuff. And then, Wooler traits. Granted, their psychic powers aren't that good, but they exist. Relics, some of which are pretty good. That sniper rifle is pretty banging. Uh, and then stratagems. Active abilities. Hey, those guys can now fall back, shoot, and charge. Same turn. Those guys are now -1 ahead. Those guys can move before the game starts. Those guys can deep strike. Why? Because I said so. Not really characters in OPR. You can make them in calculator, though. No characters. That doesn't sound very fun at all. Characters are great. Why do you not have characters? You know, it's weird. I've had some local players try to casually mention OPR. It never really went into a lot of detail. And I feel like now the more you say, the less I have interest in checking it out. The hero units you can put in a squad, so that's not the same thing. I guess it actually just gave me a deeper appreciation for how Warhammer is right now. Like, all in all, it's not that bad. In a casual game, I can still hold my own, even though Raven Guard are still, even right now, considered a pretty bad faction. And actually, based on that tournament, I actually very much like playing with a chess clock. Really brings everything into focus. I really like that. Making snap commands and decisions like that. Because I have a problem with overthinking in a normal casual game. I'll sit there and think about one move for way too long. Chess clock, it's like, nope, 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 this, right here, do that, you shoot that, you're shooting over that, roll dice, roll dice, roll dice. Very good. Also, I feel like it really brings into focus a player's like true skill. Was your skill under duress? That's your real skill, I feel. Copium seems wherever isn't for everyone. Both have its niche. Yeah. You just had to remove the first, the E, and you were good. Alright, we're gonna get down to some painting, but first, I need to replace my rinse water and get a new brush wipe napkin. Um, Probably blow my nose too. Alright, I'll be back in 1 minute-ish. Man, they're gonna complain about Warhammer and then go to a toxic game like League? What's that about? Alright, let's get the normal setup here. Alright. Base, we're doing you. We can get some base paint on here and get that drying, because that probably dry for most, if not all, of the stream. Not that sorry. The players definitely are. Unless that massively changed in the last, I don't know, 13 years. That's been that way. Man, when was the last time I played League with any seriousness? It was like right after the Mordecai's, not Mordecai's, no, what's his name? Ah, it's very friendly if I play it. Uh-huh, yeah, it's a you thing. Um, Heimerdinger. Little bit after the Heimerdinger remake, which I did not approve of, because Heimerdinger was my main. I didn't care much for the Heimerdinger update. I really liked him how he was before with the 2 turrets in the freeze. Yeah, this is my more used one. Oh yeah, sorry. If you're still here, how'd the game go last night? Only in my team though. Yeah, I think usually the idea is to not spread positivity in the other team. I think it's generally the idea. Uh, main concept. Have we discussed the league in any serious amount? What do you mean? What's your go-to stuff? Odds are it might even be a character I've never heard of. I hate when others say my lane enemies should be reported. Oh yeah, that's dumb. That's always dumb. Reporting because skill issues always cringe. That's fair enough, Si. Feeding that was never their intention. I'm just that good. Listen, feeding's always a skill issue. Even if their character is broken in gameplay, you can just avoid them. You can just stay out of their reach. Just do it. Farm minions, stay away from them. If they're chasing you around, they're not farming minions either. Lane Volibear. Oh boy. I'm gonna switch this to this song, not the videos, so we don't get the outro dialogue. Playing Jax. Jax is the light post guy, right? Oh yeah, isn't Arcane Season 2 supposed to be coming out soon? Yeah, the guy with the weapon master that's so good at fighting that he's like, screw, I'm gonna use something so not good as a weapon anyway, because I'm gonna flex on everybody. Which is very Chad, by the way. So it's a pretty Chad move. Imagine I have a real weapon, yeah. I think the only guy that flexes more than him is the monk that shoots fireballs, but is blind. Is the guy actually blind, or does he just wear a blindfold because screw you? I don't remember. Sure. I saw you still haven't told me about last night's game. What's happened? Okay. So I'm not sure why the base paint was so like wet, but we have a layer down. It might take two because this might lay down very smooth and almost mud looking, but we'll deal with that when we get there. Well, for now, that is now done. We can begin painting normal stuff. Should I? Should I start by just doing the wheel first and just having that done out of the way? Sure. Wheel. Where's the other piece? There we go. So yeah. Um, dry brush to black. Steel on the rims, and we're done. Let's get some Dawnstone. Real easy. Alright. I think I got this set up well enough. Yeah, there we go. It's a nice edge highlight. Actually, a low on the strong end. That works. Alright, that's the rubber of the tire. Tire. Easy peasy. Now I'm gonna grab a size 2 brush that is steel just to make it a little quicker. No! Oh, I was doing so well. Got it. Aha! Oh, I keep hitting the camera. No. One day I'll figure out a system where I can oop, get this kind of close up on what I'm doing and not have it be directly in the line of fire. I'm stuck behind a no drying, and I just want to get the wheels done and just have them done and ready to go when I move on to the main bike bits, which will be probably the rest of the stream painting these. A lot going on these. Let's see, it'll be this one first. So better off popping the wheel on this. Is there any bit of this is a small enough independent color to be worth doing while waiting? Nah, it's nearly done. Just wait. See, outside rim dry. I believe it is. And while I'm waiting for the pockets to dry, I'll do the externals of the other one. If I use just a tip, should be good. I find there's no, like, incredibly efficient way of doing these. Alright, and I could just finish drawing on its own time instead of on my time. Yay. This one is not coming out as clean as the other one, but okay. Alright. Trying out the dry fit real quick. Dry fit is good. Get some glue in there. That will be a chunk done already. And that's one of the reasons I like subassembly. Easy identification of progress. As we can say, we completed the wheel today. Now, you. So there's 3 colors involved here. Or 3, well, when I say colors, I mean color sets. Steel, we have a hubcap. I don't know why I bother painting this thing steel. I'm not going to bother. The pipe here, pipes here, lights, barrel, iron sight, because for some reason it still has its iron sights attached. This little peg thing here, and these bits. Oh, and the pipe here. Black, we got the tire, gun encasing, seats, I make them black. Probably do the black first, because the black's first layer will probably need a second to dry in some places, because it usually goes on a little thin. And then we can switch over to steel, and then go back to the black, and yeah. Idea is to do the black and steel first before touching the white, because the white's entire process is such that it cleans itself a lot. So you're better off doing everything first before doing the white. How I'd like to end today, which might be a little ambitious, is the ability to put this in, like, both sides of this together with the wheel and be able to place it on the base. The base being done would be an extra bonus. But it depends on how quick the base paint dries, and if I like how the base paint came out, or I need to do more, or if I feel like I need to do more to it. Starting to get quite low on this Abaddon Black, which is good because I'm trying to get rid of it. There you are, say. Thought you died. Because I'm basically the blacksmith from Elden Ring. Just finished a set of 3 maps. Something. One of like a gothic horror rich house, 3 stories, each with their own map and heavy ritual and gore stuff all over. Nice. Alright, now we're gonna let the tire dry fully before going back to it. Screw it, we're just gonna paint over it anyway. Wow! That was a game! I do believe by definition you did play a game. Like the whole time, the whole team decided to absolutely sodomize me every time I move an inch from turret. Sounds like a skill issue. And that's also why I play Heimerdinger. I'll just make my own turrets. And you can either try to deal with me throwing spanners at your head, or my turrets. I win either way. When 5th minute Blitzcrank walked from the bot lane to try to hook me when I was just chilling in lane. Aggressive Blitzcrank. Dude, Blitzcrank, to be fair, used to be my bane. Like, he was always my hard counter. Because usually my strategy for killing people was based on me getting, like, running away. And Blitzcrank was like, nah, you're gonna stay right in the middle of everything. Like, no! I finished Blade of the Ruined King and sodomized them. Oh, there you go. I'm gonna act like I know what that is. I'm assuming it's an item chain. I let him hook me to land easier checks. Ha! You've activated my trap card. Oh, dude, that was basically what happened when I played. It's just the first champion I liked, and I kept him around occasionally later. Was a Mumu. It's like, yes, pull me in because I am nothing but AoEs centered on myself. I am just a tanky AoE generator. So yes, pull me into the middle of you and all your buddies. It's exactly where I want to be. Same for Leona. Oh yeah, Leona's like the sun shield chick, right? She's like, I am the dawn. Man, don't make me want to play League again. That doesn't end well for anybody. Mostly because I can't add any game streams to the calendar right now because business. You playing Jackson game as with Blitz is JoJo reference? Is it? Is it effectively a JoJo reference? I still haven't watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. Though I've been told I should. It's just, I don't know, I have such a hard time watching shows. Even shows I know I like. Like, I heard that Inside Job had a second season. I've watched 1.5 episodes so far. It's been like 3 days. Like, actually, the player is still open in another window. I don't know. I can't beat you without getting closer. I haven't watched a single episode of what, JoJo's, or you just know the reference? Seen a bunch of memes though. Oh, okay, gotcha, gotcha. I'm with you. I have figured it out. I think the black has been base coated. Yeah, yeah, I'm with you. Alright, I'll put this size 3 away, grab a size 2, and do lead belcher just as before. You know what I actually want to do? I want to play some 40k. That whole earlier conversation, that wanted me to go to my LGS and play some 40k. But that's not gonna happen for a while. For a variety of reasons. I have realized I have played myself in one way, which is once I gain the ability to doing story time. The Pale Spear. Pale Spear. Is that a 40k thing? I have no idea what you're talking about. The Pale Spear. Did you look up ridiculously obscure rogue trader 40k lore again? Or Dark Heresy 40k lore? Is Primarch lore. Primarch lore, Pale Spear. Okay, like I know about that's not the name of it, but like I know like the lore for Sanguinius's spear. Uh who else uses a spear? Oh, does that have to do with Wolf Spear, the whole uh Lehman Russ trying to assassinate Horus towards the end of the Horus Heresy? I've not read that about that yet, so I'm nowhere close to that. I'm actually at the Burning of Prosper right now. Uh And that's like new enough lore that I've specifically dodged it so I could read the book. Oh no, my connection died. I'm still trying to find out what the Pale Spear's in reference to. The only spear I really know about is like Sanguinius' spear, and it has like a name. It's not that. The Pale Spear. Although, like I was saying, I think like that might have something to do with Lehman Russ and his assassination attempt on the horse, which I've not like that's new enough that I stayed away from it on purpose to so I could read it in the book, and I've not gotten anywhere close to that yet. Is the spear actually most speak? Oh right, Alfarius has a spear. I completely forgot about Alfarius using a spear. Right, okay, yeah, he has a spear. I don't remember anything special about it though. I do remember that he actually did he beat Valdor with it? Sapphire Games. Yeah, Alfarius, yeah. Get down, Mr. President, get down. I mean, we are talking about people that assassinate leaders pretty consistently. You know what the Pale Spear didn't do? Block Rogodor's chainsword. That's what I did not do. Assassination is fun. It's very fun. That's why my faction is the Raven Guard. That's like our big shtick. Is assassinating. What's your favorite type of magic? Oh, that's actually a brilliant question. Favorite type of magic. Oof. I kind of want to go with necromancy, actually. Illusion's funny. I like messing with people with illusion, but I think I might have to go with necromancy because yeah, screw you. I can do it with you without even being here. Also, like in theory, I could resurrect anything. So if magic exists, I'm assuming a bunch of other crazy stuff exists, which means I can get undead versions of all of them. Then it becomes like undead Pokemon. Gotta collect them all. Undead dragon, please. Fire necromancy? What does that even mean? Wasn't true Alfarius for sure. We'll find out in D&D like observation transmutation. We got like most of them covered. What is fire necromancy exactly? Uh, what was I gonna say? Oh, no, we are pretty sure that was the real Alfarius that got killed by Rogodorn. We're about as sure as we can be sure in any 40k novel for the fact that both Rogodorn and Omegon were like, yep, Alfarius is dead. That was Alfarius. He is dead now. When you necromance fire, duh. I mean, okay, sorry. Okay. When you conjure the dead remains of fire elementals, which I guess turns into ghost. Is that how we get Ghost Flame? Is that how Ghost Flame works? I think we cracked it. Oh my god, it's batting away. I agree. Oh my god, is Barret. Actually. Made way more sense than Alfarius. Alfarius just wanted to be cruel half the time. Oh my god was like, what we could do this more efficiently and not kill as many people. Basically sets the soul of the dead on fire and puts in the skeleton body. To what point? Why? Also, what does that mean? The soul of the dead is now on fire. Abjuration. Abjurations bear 1,000%. Hear me out. Skeletons with guns riding skeletal dragons. Also, skeletal owlbears. These are all things that my necromancer almost got before he was unceremoniously dumped into lava by my party's paladin because he sucks at jumping. And my DM was kind of ridiculous with that tower. Anyway, Soul King moment. Okay. The soul is visible as light blue flames. Correct. The soul is visible as light blue flames, and it burns everything on the body except the bones. As abjurators can just turn magic off. Well, you can't cast abjuration if you're already dead. And then you join my army. What's better than blocking other dudes' magic? I mean, smart move, but can you outsmart Bullet? That's still one of the best lines in gaming cinematics ever because the heavy is actually like a PhD. He's like, some people, some people think he can outsmart me. I can't do his accent, especially right after having the flu. But, but, but can, but I've yet to see anyone who can outsmart Bullet. Dude's a PhD. Like that's brilliant. It's called Shield. I think Psy got your fire. It's called Shield. Because you're gonna outsmart Bullet. Okay. If I'm shooting a lot of yes, if I'm shooting a lot of dicks at you. If I'm shooting a lot of skeletons, if I have a lot of skeletons shooting a lot of bullets at you, something will go through. And at the end of the day, it's fine because I am slowly becoming more and more accustomed to the idea of playing my new character, which is a bard, which is a giant Terminator Warforged that became a bard, and does not do necromancy. So there's a whole swath of stuff ranging from illusion to enchantment to abjuration to transmutation. Does he have a transmutation? Yeah, I think enlarge slash reduce is transmutation. Which is still my favorite thing about the character so far. It's like, oh hey dragon, we don't want him flying anymore. Cool. Dimension door, enlarge. Dragon has to deal with 3,000 pounds plus of Warforged wrapped around his neck. Like, yes, keep flying. Go for it. I think our party's gonna die. I'm scared about my level 11 party I've been playing for 6 years with. The one that my clerics with. Because I have, like, very little healing left. And they want to keep forging forward. Instead of letting me take a long rest. Because tower's spooky. Even though we have logically determined that where we are is perfectly safe. So I'm worried that that party's gonna die. Which is like, We have way too many, like, strings going on right now. Actually, we've always had way too many strings. Like, no, it can't die. I refuse. I am the cleric. I should just be like, Ma- Masson sits down and does not move. Like, he just refuses. Decided to charge 20 kobolds with God knows how many kobolds in the way. Yeah, that's basically how I'm gonna force us to have a long rest. Even without wacky tricks, they can just kill us. What level are you? We are level 3, by the way. We're to scout, not to fight. And then the party decided to go murder a hobo. Yep, classic, classic. Like, we've already had a room, the level 11 party. Already had a room that had a big old monster in it that was hard to fight, had a super high AC, and it hit pretty bloody hard. On top of that, the room just did every round doubling damage. So first round did 5 damage, right? Like, oh, well, that's kind of annoying. Whatever. Not going to worry about it. Next round, 10 damage. Okay, that kind of hurt. Wait, is it? Next round, 20 damage. Oh, no, 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 no. 40 damage. Ah! I hit all my healing buttons. And then we kill the thing, and then the damage decreases. So there's a potential for rooms in the future that passively might do triple digit damage numbers, and that would not be out of the scope of reality. And they just want to barrel on forward while the highest spell slot I have is a level 2. Like, this party used to be so conservative and, like, cautious. What happened? Why are they trying to barrel? Like, that's how we survived to level 11. We're in a high magic, like, empire, and we were once on the lam for 6 months and survived that because we talked out and planned out every single move. We planned out when we were switching motels, or inns, whatever, so as to not get seen or what have you by, undue numbers of people or specific people. When to use magic and what kinds of magic and yada yada yada. We used to talk so much stuff out. Now it's like, oh no, we just want to keep going because this tower's spooky. Like, really? My next character's gonna be Kensai Monk. Fair. I don't even have another. My voice is definitely starting to go again. I don't even have another character concept in mind if one of these two characters dies. Oh, if the party survives but Masson somehow dies, just jump in level 11 Necromancer. Just completely flip the script. Which would be really funny because my cleric is super anti-undead. Like, I don't come up with serious character concepts very often. Partially because I don't see the point unless I intend on throwing them into a full campaign. As a frontliner, I'll probably be one of the first to die as I had to hold the title kobold. I at least talked him into door dodging. Not that much fun for me, but we might live. Well, it's one of those things where it's like, what's more fun, the current in the moment or keeping your character? I always vote keeping my character, by the way. I just scratch a bunch of white off there. I did. I hope I get to throw Cobalt off the cliff or something. Hit Cobalt with another Cobalt. Or that. Yes. Yeah. I can't wait to do it with Pallet, to be honest. Because he's so strong. I could straight up pick. I could. The other two main party members, the Paladin and the Cleric, I could straight up pick each one up and hit each other with the other. Like, it. I don't think I've ever played a character with 18 strength. I'll throw a rogue and a kobolds. Okay, don't. Just because I've literally had that happen to me where I was the rogue, don't do that. It's funny now. It's not as funny when your rogue no longer exists. And I look forward to eventually making my bard strength 20 because else am I gonna do in ASI? I mean, yeah, I could bring my wisdom up to 10 or my intelligence up to 12. What does that get me? Strength 20 though, that gives me a lot of stuff, man. Well, I think that Stinky Elf is gonna be our main damage dealer, so I might let him live. Surprisingly, rogues often are, actually. It's all about that sneak attack, you know? Alright, let's pop Null Oil on stuff and but can't down Cobalt every shot though. He will fly in. If he can't down Cobalt every shot, they will fly in. Oh jeez. How many will that take down realistically though? POV basically sees two towers next to each other. Good one, Sai. We're in their sacred dragon shrine. Very, very bad place to fight them. Oh, so yeah, you got full on max aggro kobolds that would do literally anything. Got berserker kobolds. Thing is, they're gonna act reckless. Yeah, which usually means +5 to hit and disadvantage on the return. Or advantage on the return. Imagine if they're all kobold barbarians. I know. Just I saw an opportunity. But you never know. Some of them might be barbarians. I forgot to paint the other tiny block metal. They might have levels of barbarian. You don't know. Good thing is I can turn some of that crit back inside my cloud rune. Cloud rune? Damn tip for fun immersive gameplay. Give everything back tact. Oh boy. That doesn't make sense. I think actually usually the opposite is true. It's actually surprisingly hard to fight in a group. Actually. Pack tactics and players too. Yeah, it's actually hard to fight as a group. That's why in ancient days, any military that could actually pull off a formation automatically won. Because it's so strong, but so hard to pull off. Which is why everyone didn't just straight up do it immediately. It takes a shockingly massive amount of coordination and discipline on the part of individual soldiers to pull off a formation. Humans don't have pack tactics IRL, like I was just saying. Like get some even people that know each other reasonably well and try to have them like group fight another dude. The other dude will actually win a lot of the time because all their dude has to do is maneuver them into a bunch of separate one-on-ones, which is not hard because what happens is that the people fighting as a group, unless they have a lot of time spent fighting as a group, are consistently trying to figure out how to close in, attack, and not hit their friends, which is hard to do, actually. It's shockingly hard to do. Your hairline could do some pack tactics. Wow. Going for a low blows today. That just shows that I'm right. Shoot for 2 hours just to keep line in force with hills while walking. Yeah, exactly. Just keeping a line is hard. That's with nothing happening. That's with nothing occurring. You're not getting shot at. No one's trying to stab you. No one's yelling behind you. The dude next to you didn't just get cut in half. There isn't some dude running around lit on fire. It's just you walking. A pleasant stroll. Once it becomes more than like 4 people, it becomes next to impossible. Oh no, archers fired us while officers yelled at us and banged into our shields. It was fun, good times. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Still, point remains. Pack tactics pretty hard to actually get in realism. In the realism. Where am I at? I suppose Eshin Gray on the gun case would be where I am at. I can't remember what our sides of battle lines called in English. Wings? Like this. So if you have like a battle line going across, and you mean like the side here, flank. That would be a flank. I mean, I suppose you could call them wings, but I think flank is the more common term. Hence, outflank is to outflank someone is to get around their side and thus hit them, around the side and him aside there. Yeah, wings make sense though. I was getting flanked, so my job was rather easy. It was much harder to keep line and center. I am going for about soon, a few months. Cool deal. So wait, what's the term? If in Czech you call it wings, what's the Czech equivalent of outflank? Like, is it outwing? Overwing? Underwing? Clip the wing. Surround? Well, surround implies all the way. What about just one side? Like, outflank them on the left. Surround on the left. Huh. Fair enough. It closer translation to the word. It is obclissé. Obclissé? I think I added like a French spin on it. Obclicit. Obclicit? That sounds closer to like the like a to something I would assume sounded Czech. And circle is also a good translation, but it sounds more like full circle. Right, yeah. In English, both are kind of referring to full circle. Although encircle used as a verb can just give the indication of curvature. So it doesn't necessarily need to be a full circle if used as a verb. Used as like a descriptor, though, it usually means like a full circle. So it's obclicit. Is the first I long or short? Long. So obclicit. Obclicit? It's more like ein sticky, not like I, but long. Well, sticky is short. Eh. It is short, I. Unless you mean like E. You mean like I making a long E sound. Obclicit. This was really close. Isn't schwa E like an eh sound? But you're saying obclicit is probably is the closest. I'm getting close to obclicit. The amount of struggle to learn a single word that has very little common use in Czech, but here we go. I'm gonna learn it. Well, it is hard word. Right, that's totally fair. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna try. Listen, you should know me by now. Just because it's hard does not mean I'm not gonna try. Okay, actual question. Because I just kind of casually built up a collection of it. What is the word for fox in Czech? Why do I feel like there's something over here I need? Why am I looking over here? What's my brain doing? I don't know. I'll check my forex trading real quick. Exactly where I left it like 10 minutes ago. Alright, anyway. Okay. So, Liska? Does the S do anything special? Because it has a thing on it? Is it like Lishka? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So, Lishka? Sweet. And of course, I forgot the German version. Okay, so the reason why I asked Fox, but you put stress on I, so Lishka. That was I. Oh, Lishka. So it's Lishka. Lishka. Sweet. I'll add that to my collection. Different ways of saying my name, actually. You guys and much of Warhammer knows me as Table, but the rest of the world knows me as Fox, actually. Because that's my last name, and, well, why would you not just go by that then, if that's actually on your legal documents? Ironically, I can't remember a bunch of the other ones except for the Japanese one, which is Kitsune. I know I used to know the German one, which just will not re-enter my mind now. I should really just review a bunch of them. Oh, now I can introduce myself in Czech. Most fun is when people try to pronounce whatever that is. That sound doesn't exist in most languages. English doesn't have it. Okay, great. All right, let's try it. Like I said, just because it's hard doesn't mean I won't try. Give me like some kind of descriptor of what that sound is. They said the English doesn't have it. Well, yeah, but describe like okay, so you start with this sound and then you alter it in this direction, you know, or you use your mouth to do this. We can get creative here. You start with R and you make it sharp and unfriendly. That gives you an I? Okay. start an R, so r. Which one's the sharp I? I don't remember. Or like, is it like like ER, or r, like run? Like which R sound do I start at? And then you effectively make it German. You take an R and Germanize it, and then again that gives you a weird I. Wait, I know how to teach you. Give me a moment. Okay. I shall await your insight. I think it might be time to dry brush the tire. D and t. So te. D and te. What does that have to do with the R? This feels like it's like one of those gotcha jokes. Is this a gotcha joke? My troll alarms are going off. That's how we use it to check children. Hmm. I don't think they use that word though. Try ping d and t sound. Dit 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 dit. I'm just getting dit. Dit 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 dit. Now that sounds like I'm drumming with my mouth, like I'm hitting this. Ditchy. Don't combine it. Ditch 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 ditch. Say one, say other, and again. Ditch 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 ditch. Am I remotely close? Sharper two. Ditch 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 ditch. You are hopeless. Yeah, well. I said I would try. I did not say I would succeed. It probably wasn't also promising that I am not fluent in any language other than English. I know a handful of words in a bunch of other languages, but I can't talk in anything else. R2, a very special R. I'm sure a lot of your language is very special. Check out problem with saying English R when they start learning. Well, from what it sounds like, I can see why, because your R's have nothing to do with R's. I don't know how. I don't even know how to begin making an R sharp. R is not a sharp letter. I can say it louder and more assertively, but like it doesn't make it sharp. It's a transitionary word. It flows into something else. It is very sharp. I don't know, man. That does remind me. I am not in my streaming voice channel like I should be. There we go. Alright, anyway. There's always something else I forgot to do. Yeah, I don't know why people didn't want to stick around for that conversation. It was an enlightening cultural exchange. One sec. Former, you can't have ideas. That's not how this works. Start Google Translator. Put check in and type R. Okay, actually, that's a legit idea. Ironically, in time with that, YouTube crashed, so audio is open. May as well. Alright, Google Translate. Oh, it refreshed itself. Okay, alright. Anyway, I'll stop in a minute. Check. Alright. We'll actually say not just R. 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 There's like a roll to it. That was just the letter R from English to Czech. And I can't roll my R's. I actually have to copy paste that because I don't know how to type that. But that's fine. Because English doesn't really use any weird markings on our letters. We dot I's. That's it. Esh. Make it like an ESH sound. Esh. What was the crazy one that you said I couldn't do earlier? Oh, I'm gonna find that letter. Oh, it was that one. That was it. Oh, it's Esh. Yeah, we have that as an ESH. That's what we have. Ash is like a little bit of an R in there. As no, I copy pasted R with the flattened U above it. Oh, what you were saying, Arish, Ari. I feel like she says it in two different ways. What's up with this? Yeah, right. That's English. It's just R. She switches it up. Sometimes Ash and sometimes Esh. Anyway. All right. What is this word? Adishka. Ad Adashika. 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 It's weird how she keeps switching it up. For one, it's drawn out way more. It's messing me up, man. Be consistent. Anyway. Alright, let's I didn't go back to painting. Am I wrong? Is she not changing how she pronunciate uh yeah, pronunciates the words? It's it is fun. It's just Google Translate's messing me up. Like I don't know why I never did pick up a full another language. I actually do like learning new words. You know what it was? You know what it was? It was that back in school I was given the choice between Spanish and French, and I don't particularly care for either of those languages. I like European, like Germanic languages. Czech is awful language to learn. Like languages I've seriously considered were like Latin, German, Greek even. Like I like those kind of like Russian. I like those kind of languages. I don't like Spanish and French, and those are the ones I was offered. English is also an awful language to learn, to be fair. It's in a weird spot between German and Slavic language. English stands in a weird spot between almost every language group on the planet. Or at least every European one. Every remotely European one. It just keeps like nabbing other words from other languages and just incorporating them. I mean, that's easy grammar if you bother to use it, unlike me. Oh, if you bother using me, unlike most English native speakers. You're right. English grammar is not that hard, even though it does have exceptions to stuff, because the exceptions are little enough that you can remember what they are. Like, for example, supersede is the only word that is spelled SEDE, for example. So it's like, what are your people's problems? Use the rules, and sometimes there are exceptions. Except the exceptions, we can all usually name a few, or name all of them. Why are there exceptions? Because we keep grabbing words from other languages that don't use the same grammar rules, so stop complaining. It's not that archaic. It's just how English is. It's a hybrid language. It still blows my mind sometimes that meats used to be spelled METE. Like, wait, what? We have 7 cases, one more than Latin, and 7 more in English. 7 cases? You mean like uppercase and lowercase? Oh no, no, 7 more in English. So like, this is a whole different thing. Oh wow, so there's like a whole extra layer of grammar. Huh. No, no, I get it now. I get it now that I'm realizing it has nothing to do with uppercase, lowercase. Okay, well, give me a practical example of like what is the practical use for a case? Like, what does a case get you? Like, why would you use a case? Now I wish I had learned Latin. Yeah, everyone likes to say it's a dead language, but guess what? A bunch of other languages are based on it, and then on top of that is still the primary scientific language. Also, it just sounds cool. Okay, if I want to say my name is, if I want to say my name, I say Jashim. I am Martin. But if someone wants to call me, they call me with fifth case, and it's Martine or Martinet or whatever. Okay, so that's no, we have that. I'm trying to remember the word for that. Uh, brain fart. Oop. Even brain fart so hard I drop the monopiece. I like possessiveness doesn't sound like the right. No, I think it's possessiveness or perspective. Yeah, I think possessiveness. Right? Hold on. No, it's like the difference between like I and you and they and them. Although I think German does it better where they have a more pronounced like splitting of like they have they singular, they plural, us singular or us certain numbers, stuff like that. I think they do that way better. And then they is group and they is yeah, all that. Nah, it's a different thing. Which doesn't have cases. Well, it's changing the grammar of based on who's speaking the thing based on if it's first person or third person. You just have a bunch of more persons. It's like, what's a different use of cases then? Yeah, take your time. I was saying about 10 minutes, I'll be going on dinner break or lunch break. I don't know. Meal break. Midstream meal break. I do dare. I just got that is incorrect. I'm allowed to take a break now. Food trumps all. Oh yeah, I need to normally all that bit. Ugh. It's like, apart from definition, case refers to the formal markers in Latin. Their endings add to the stem of a noun or adjective. Tell you how a noun or adjective is to be constructed in relationship to other words in the sentence. That, okay, that sounds like suffixes. Like subjective sentence is always first case. Okay. So I'm not a linguist or something to explain how it works. Hey, fair enough. I mean, it's not like I can test you on any of it. Hardly a linguist myself, clearly. Okay. So we have done everything but the way in here, which means what's the next step on that? Our base is kind of doing what I thought it might do, which is ending up very flat and kind of almost like hive-y. It's got this weird... Yeah, this happens whenever it's too, like, wet, but I don't know how to drain moisture out of it. English, French, or Spanish don't have cases, though. German has 4. I wonder if that's part of the reason why those are the ones offered in school, because they don't have a completely additional layer of grammar like that. Yeah, this entire pot has been very wet, and I don't super love how it keeps coming out, and I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to pull the excess medium out of it. Except I suppose waiting for it to partially dry and then spread around. That'd be very tricky to do, though. I suppose I will go with this, though. I suppose it's good enough. I am going to no-oil this, and then I am going to take my break. My work calendar today, I gotta get the framework of a website done and the outline of a new video ad. I'll get to it, sounds like. That I can show and write from next D&D game. I was trying to find a way to explain out cases, and I just don't know how, as is such a basic concept for me. I can feel that, I know exactly what that feels like. It's like sometimes when I find myself having to explain how to, like, properly execute a brush stroke to get the results you want. Like, there's actually a bunch of little subtle... there goes YouTube music again. Subtle, like, factors and calculations I just automatically do in my head now to determine how I apply the brush. But then to even start with, like, the most basic, and it's like, here's how you brush to get a inappropriate, like, base coat. How do cases work? Well, they do, right? Also, it's do when the subject is plural. How do cases work? Does is singular. For reference. See, I can help you with your English grammar a lot. I normally autocorrect it for you just to not be rude, but now that we're starting to get into linguistics, I think I'm going to start going grammar Nazi on you, because it's funny. Okay, anyway. It's time for food, as that shall dry, and the white's a whole giant chunk, and I also have to pee, and yeah. So when I get back, we'll probably be starting with doing the dry brushing and then no-nailing the rock for the base. Knock that out, and then the base will be done. Oh, and probably clean up the rim there and stuff. That stuff. We'll finish the base. We'll jump into the weight on this. Probably finish this. Almost assuredly finish this, and then see how much of the other piece we can do. I would like both these to be done, pop together with the wheel, and then we could even place it for, see how it looks by the end of the stream on the base. Yay. That's what I'd like. I appreciate it, really do, as I need to be more careful about my grammar. Yeah, and we're all good, because, actually, I am very good, especially with written English grammar. It's the point I've had a number of people ask me to edit, like, even, like, serious legal documents for them before. I'll go and ask my fellow checks how to explain cases. There you go. Anyway, yes, I will be back in 20 to 30, depending, or less. I don't know, but I'll be back in a bit. Alright, I am back. Took me an extra moment there, but I'm here now. Former, why are you coloring your father? Or do you mean dying as in decease? As in which case that is without an E. With an E, it's die as in color. In which case I have questions, or in both cases I should say I have in that confusion, curiosity. Just gonna spit those out. That's my response. Alright. Americans. I know, right? Aren't we annoying being the best country on the planet and everything? How dare we? Fix your school system? Well, that still wouldn't help because I didn't go through the normal school system. So not even valid solution. Put some useful information instead of bullets into your children. Okay, fair. Listen, still valid, still doesn't apply to me though, so effectively invalid. But why the coloring of the father? Are you trying to make your father's red to match our children? No, you can't just allow me to start a tangent like that and then just leave. You can't. Now I'm gonna be stuck here for like 40 minutes, wondering why. I was already sitting there while I'm eating, like, what is he talking about? Dude, color dying is dying fathers. Why is that a day over there? What? Now you telling me I've got to wait another 40 minutes? What is this? Ugh. Sorry, how's your work doing? How's the framework and the ad? It's part of the reason why I don't like when it goes weirdly spongy like this is because now it's very hard to tell when it's properly dry brushed because it's already kind of shiny. Because I don't know, it's just weird. It's not helpful. Fortunately, I was somewhat psychologically prepared for this. This I'm referring to the fact that it's been former inside here all day. All my other regulars are kind of missing. It's like, yep, it's gonna be a big hurrah first day I'm back, and then everyone's going to forget I exist. And I gotta rebuild. That's fine. Okay, that I think still has some non-oil drying, so I'm gonna focus on the rock. Yeah, if I had my resin printer, I would also have made a weapon bloom for this guy's pistol. Would looked really cool, but I can't do that right now. Yeah, you guys can't see this really like at all properly. So much light. I think the whole thing needs like non oil and then another pass, maybe even administratum gray, maybe down here or something. Thank you. For 4 months, Sophiana, you have now surpassed my badges, and now I'll have to go and make some more. I can remake the old ones anyway. And I appreciate the attempt at scaring me. You didn't quite get me there, but fair enough. How are you, Sophiana? It's been some time. It's been a moment. I never used them. Oh yeah, because you have the first badge, so it covers the badges anyway. Never mind. I have to do nothing. I am free of my obligations. How goes, buddy? Bloated and tired from work. That's a very empathetical situation. But okay, otherwise. Fair enough. Good stuff, really. What is the bloat from? You binging cheese again. Alright. Time to do the white on this. Apothecary white. Tomorrow, sit down, work hard on my Sylvanas. Very nice. Some tree people. March of the Ents. If only they were as strong as the Ents. Be way cooler. Actually, I don't know how really strong they are in AOS. How strong are Sylvanas in AOS? Blitz from Krons, I assume. Oh yeah, right. I keep forgetting that. Sorry about that. Now from AOS, it's for a painting competition. Nice. Do it. I play Grots in AOS? Okay. how how are Goblin? I mean Grots. I know next to nothing about AOS, except apparently the dwarves are overpowered because fly and shoot is kind of a strong combination. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that'd be a strong combo? I mean, WoW Savannas. Oh. Yeah, I thought you meant the tree people in AOS. I completely forgot there was a character named Savannas in WoW. Grots are funny, spiders are basically that, but worse. Basically what, but worse. I... What? Probably should have cleaned up the white a bit more before doing this, but... Eh. It'll be fine at the end. In the end, it will be fine. Spider Riders are goblin cavalry accounts flying for terrain and have short bows. Oh! Oh, so it's like straight up Battle for Middle-earth too. Which actually, I really liked playing goblins in that. Goblins and dwarves, ironically, were my two favorite races. Or two favorite factions. Well, they're races too. Farmer has returned. Now we can learn why the fathers are being colored. And big spiders also do that. Nice. Painting Dad is going to stream. I thought I was Painting Dad. No? Like, he's already streaming. It's right here. It's happening. But goblin bows are a good bit worse than dwarf guns. Gee, I wonder how that could be. I never would have guessed. You mean to tell me goblin short bows are not as good as dwarven guns? This song's fairly good musically, but man, is it dramatic lyrically. We do have poison. I would hope so. That's kind of the whole shtick. That was also the thing in Balfamilra too. It's like, haha, I can crawl over your walls and then poison everyone. And then run away again. To be fair, online in PvP, no one used walls because they were bad, but it was great in against bots or campaign. It just hit me. It's been 4 months since we not only monetized, but since Zophiana became a sub. That's crazy to me. I have like 80-ish spider riders and 2 big spiders. How big are the spiders? If you only have 2 of them, in comparison to 80 riders. I see with former, I get no closer to answers. Dragon size? Jeez. And we ain't talking Shelob. We're talking the mama spider. What's her name? I am so bad at names. I remember her entire story from the Silmarillion, but I don't remember her name. She ate the great trees and then betrayed Morgoth and was like, "Nah, screw you." And then Morgoth's, well, that sucks because I can't do anything about it. Because the spider was a thing from like the outer dark. It was like beyond the pantheon. Yeah, Ungoliath. You're a nerd. You're the one that dresses up and marches across trees and hills in a line, wearing aluminum. Credit where credit is due. As with many things, the only thing stopping me from doing that too is just logistics. Like, I really don't think people understand the sheer scope of things I would be doing, many of which are very cool, very fun, and it's just money between me and it. Speaking of which, in that regards, thank you, Zofia, for doing your part in making that just a wee bit easier. Compared to the about horse-sized spiders that the Goblin Riders ride. They have nothing in between? Like a dreadnought-sized spider? It feels like they go from Outriders straight to Knights. Oh, I'm sorry, I got like... I'm having after issues. And clear itself up soon enough. Yeah, it goes from Outriders to Knights. Do you have anything in between? Like, I don't know, Dreadnought size or Armiger size? There's a spider that the boss is right. It's about the size of the bull squigs the war boss is on for 40k. Oh, okay. Alright, that's fair. That's a bit larger. That's like a box knot size, I want to say. Hmm. I don't know why I'm trying so hard to get, like, the shading and everything around these right. This is gonna be, like, entirely behind his legs. Yeah. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get this back bit all right, and then we're just moving on. Seriously, you're not gonna see almost any of this. You're gonna see, like, this thing and a top bit of those, and that's it. That's all you're gonna see. But those are 3 sizes officially supported by GW. The 3 sizes. Hmm. I see. So I take it the dragon size ones are very expensive to deploy. Giant spider, gigantic spider, and the Arakarok spider. Wow. Arakarok. What a word. My Norse ancestors wish to have a word with you. Arakarok. I think an arachnid would make a very poor giant monster in all reality. Although I suppose it depends on how actually thick it turns out the chitin is. But yeah, it's very single target and then massive overkill for that single target. When I stop and think about it, man, my mind is all over the place. I was just thinking, you know what? I can't wait till spring, summer. I can't wait till it start gets warmer. Just because. Your Ragnarok Spider with Goblin Warband is 225 points compared to 5-man squad riders at 90 points. What's the standard game size for Age of Sigmar? Like, you know how 40k has 2k points? Because in 40k anyway, 225 is not that much. Like, that is not an apocalyptic being at 225 points. Not by a long shot. I mean, even after massive points drops, my Storm Raven gunship is still more than that. Either 2k or 1500. Okay. So it's like dangerous, but it's not like, oh good lord, he brought the Arachnarok. I am still waiting on answers for her, by the way. Also, goblins are like the worst faction of AOS. This does not surprise me. What is the best faction in AOS right now, would you say? I know in 40k we're still kind of waiting for the dust to settle a bit. Like, there's been a lot of people making predictions, but I don't think we have enough gameplay to know for certain. There's talk it might be Iron Hands, honestly. Because a lot of the changes to Space Marines directly help Iron Hands, like, a lot. Like, absurdly so. Probably Sky Dwarves. That's what a local big AOS player that plays Sky Dwarves says is, yeah, no, we're kind of broken. Stormcast? Guess what? Besides Iron Hands, it's definitely not Space Marines. Although I will say, for my local, what do you call it? My local meta. I'm not feeling too bad about my odds. I mean, there's one player I definitely don't want to go up against because he plays Dark Angels and Black Crusaders. Not Black Crusaders, Black Templar, Black Crusaders, Black Templars. I know he will annihilate me, but most of the other people right now, I think I got it figured out. Yeah, find a Frost Axe for a project. Like for a mini? Standard scale has a lot of good Space Wolf stuff, especially third party. Here we go, back into the Corax White. Back into the off-white goo. Jeez, I hate this paint. Space Wolf Frost Axe, yes. Yeah, some Viking. And just insert a little Viking into this. Also, Space Wolf backpack. I do have some very nice backpacks. Unironically, love this song and this cover. Trying to calculate what the odds of me finishing both sides of the bike tonight are. mm, I think I can do it. Still got just under 3 hours. The other side has less detail than this side. Oh, yeah, under the front there. What's the project, Zophiana, with the frost stuff? I forgot to shade in that corner right there. That recess. Alright, I'm back. Just finished up all my work stuff for today. Time for a bagel. Then I gotta get thinking about what I'm gonna do for the Sunday's game. I am Joseph the Bagel. I would love an everything bagel right about now. Or I would also accept a lox. Oh yeah, I should just fill the official cup. A bagel and some tea like it's not 4 p.m. I know, right? Yeah. Yep. What was I doing? Shading. I was fixing shading. We could deal with God. Gonna swap our places. A daughter of Russell for the funny. Nice. I've seen some really good versions of that. I'm for it. Here's my thing. I really enjoy people making models of uh, female space marines, male sisters of battle. I just don't want them to make any of it official because it messes with very well established lore that makes perfect sense as it is. Changing it just adds plot holes. That I don't think are necessary because it doesn't actually get anyone anything, really. Like it doesn't actually benefit anyone, really. Alright, I think it's time for edge highlight. Yes. Lore that was made because of OG female Marines didn't sell, which is a perfectly valid reason. You know why they didn't sell? Because people don't actually buy miniature armies to represent themselves. They buy what looks cool. And in my experience, you know what ironically a lot of like most females I've ever seen or interacted with get as armies? Xenos. They get orcs and necrons and tyrannids. I ain't joking. I have seen one Sisters of Battle player, like female Sisters of Battle player, compared to dozens of orcs and necrons and tyrannids. Also because 80s. Well, yeah, there's that too. That's also legit. But I mean, 40 years later, we have very detailed lore as to why you cannot make a female space marine, and it makes perfect sense. You got the Primarchs, they were male, it's copies of their genes, and also a lot of the a star's creation process is key to male hormones. Perfectly reasonable. Sisters of Battle, if anything, they're the ones you need to be like asking, like, "Hey, why don't you allow dudes?" Because they just don't allow them, and no one seems to have a problem with that. There's no actual functional reason why there can't be male Sisters of Battle or Sisters of Silence. They just don't allow them. They just don't want them. It's like these are sororities. That's it. Everyone's fine with that. That's why the whole thing. So that's why the we need female space marines is so dumb because they don't because it's purely one directional. It's about tearing down the masculine and pushing up the feminine for purely ideological reasons. And that proves it right there. When was the last time you ever saw a feminist post, like one of those big articles going, "Hey, why don't we have male uh Sisters of Battle? There's no reason in the lore why we can't. They just don't allow it because they're sexist." Hey, if they're actually for equal rights, then that should be a thing. But no, you don't see that, do you? Because it's not real. Like in the lore, male Sister Battle or male Sister Silence. Honestly, I wouldn't be. I like that there's a difference because it adds a bit of realism to it. I mean, you can argue the reason they don't allow men into Sisters of Battle is because that would mess up the way the ecclesiarchy uses them as a workaround for the ancient things, saying they can't have men under arms, even though they do anyway. They do anyway. The Adeptus Fraternus or whatever it's called, it like literally is that, and it still exists. Uh, so like that's not even actually a really good reason, but Sisters of Battle still have no like logical reason except they just don't allow men. Oh, well, that's why I say, like, people doing it with their minis, I'm totally for, because they usually look really good. My thing is, like, the lore, uh, I look at the lore differently because it needs to make sense as a story. If you're gonna write a story, write it to be a good story. What are one of the defining features of a good story? Consistency. The rules are the rules. You make rules, and then you stick to them. If you're going to change rules, there better be a real good reason as to why, and it better be very well explained, and it better make sense. Logical sense for the rules to have changed. In fact, even better if your rules have rules as to why they're rules. An example that just came to mind, just kind of random. Well, it's not super random because it's actually my favorite magic system. Period. In the inheritance cycle, the Aragon books, right? The rules for magic is that you have to use a specific language that magic is keyed to, is tied to. That's a rule of the universe. There's, however, an explanation as to why that's the case. Magic used to be wild and it used to cause constant problems because of how precise and powerful the magic is, as in lethal, that an entire race of people, the gray people, sacrificed their entire race to tie it to their language for the good of all future life. So we have a rule and we have a reason for the rule. Good story writing. Sounds like a skill issue. Well, yeah, I'm sure you could write in how you could have a female space marine and make it make sense if you tried hard enough. But then you have to ask the question, why? For what reason? Like both out of narrative and in narrative. Why in narrative did someone decide it was worthwhile to try hard enough to get over the hurdles involved that we know exists to actually successfully create a female space marine? Fabius Bile. Why did Fabius Bile one day decide to try hard enough to make a female space marine that he pulled it off? Because magic, we don't have magic in 40k. That's not a thing. We have the warp, but the warp has rules. It actually does. I know a lot of time it looks like it doesn't, but it does. It does have very specific rules, and we know how it works. Additionally, those female space marines, if they were created through warp magic, yeah, if you want to call it that, warp sorcery, which is a thing, then they'd have massive drawbacks built in because they're from the warp. So they wouldn't last very long, one way or another. And it definitely would be chaos only. Now, let's say Belisarius call. Let's say he goes out of his way hard enough to make female space marines. Why? Why go through all of those resources when you already can make male ones? And it's not like there's a lack of males around. Like, it's not just how, it's also why. What was the motivation? Motivation for the great people to sacrifice their entire race was because magic was an absolute menace, so it needed to have some rules enforced upon it. Male space marines identify as females. That's not a female space marine, though. That's just trans. That's not the same thing. That's in the actual argument that's usually made for this. That doesn't even solve the problem. Also, space marines don't even identify themselves as male. They don't even identify as human. Straight up, they straight up don't identify themselves as human. They are a subspecies, and they are very aware and cognizant and vocal about that fact in the lore. No, it doesn't. Partially just because of what I just said. They don't even recognize themselves as human because they're not. They're a subspecies. There's literally a scientific name for them in the lore. I don't remember what it is, but because they've deviated so far from the male, not the male, from the human baseline, that they're not human. Sounds like a female to me. Okay, fair. But yeah, what would the motivation of creating an actual female space marine? Like in lore, okay, you are in the Imperium of Man or the Realm of Chaos, right? You're in like the Eye of Terror or the Maelstrom or the Grey Rift, whatever. You decide we're gonna figure out with all of the resources required, which is a lot in comparison to just making more male ones, to make female space marines. What's the reason? On one hand, straight up, they're gonna be weaker than male ones. Just flat out, they're gonna be weaker. Their strength, floor, and ceiling are lower than males. They're bolters. What? I'm gonna stop before this gets worse. Okay, you're just trolling now. No, I'm not trolling. I'm legitimately talking out this. Okay, here's why I have so many points already like laid out, ready to go on this, because the radical feminists have been posting articles calling Warhammer 40K sexist for decades now, at least since like the late 2010 not late, the early 2010s. It's been at least 10 years. Oh, I was talking to Cyborg. Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry. Never mind. Yeah, size trolling. Size trolling because he doesn't really know 40K lore. Size a D&D guy. Uh, but also, yeah, female space marine would also be just flat out weaker than a male space marine. Floor and ceiling both lowered. Why? You can make male ones. They would be mathematically objectively better for combat. Just keep making male ones. There's no proper motivation of doing so unless for some reason you only had females to work with. Which, like, how does that even work in like 40K where we have quadrillions and quintillions of humans around? So yes, make your female models. They should never be added to lore. There's no good story reason for that to ever occur. POV T enjoyer. Oh, also, yeah, Sisters of Silence. Straight up no reason at all why there shouldn't be male ones. There's literally zero reason. They just say no. Never heard a complaint about that, though. There's male blanks. We have them. We use them in the Assassinorum. Or, yeah, Adeptus Assassinorum, right? Yeah. But yeah, Daughters of Rust always look really cool as models. Very much a fan. And was it the Gentlemen of Battle? Is that what they're called? I saw someone do a very good job of those. Those are very fun. All right. What's our next highly controversial topic for me to tear apart next? 9/11? Sure. Dude, I'll jump into 9/11. You watch me. Straight up, those buildings were designed to take the impacts of dozens of much larger craft. How, just off that alone, what happened? Get past that, and then we can talk about any of the other details of that day. I take it, side, you got nothing. Cause plane go boom. Yeah, right. Cause my jet fuel. Yeah, it's a basic math equation to say no. Speaking of D&D, the ranger and the goblin fighter managed to get a salad, then allow the rider in that what? And tame the giant spider. I mean, that's very cool. I feel like I'm somewhat missing part of your statement, but yes. So you have begun making your AOS army in D&D. I approve. I am still working on how to make my 40k army in 40. I mean in D&D. Oh, didn't allow the rider to fall off. Gotcha. Oh yeah, for like going on walls and stuff. Makes sense. That yeah, that makes much more sense. Also, good forward thinking. Also, I feel like my airbrushing of the base coat did not go on very well at all. Cut to a player character getting ripped in half instead of being knocked off because mouth caused off the mouth because he is magically melted to it. That is fair. Sometimes you would rather to get knocked off. Also, I feel uh, uh, like bunch of people came in. We had like 6 people viewing, and I said, "What controversial topics next?" You said 9/11. I said that one thing, and then they all disappeared. They all ran. We are back to right before that. So I find it really amusing. Well, they wouldn't have lasted long here anyway. Like if you Looney Tunes the tunnel, that's just big enough for the mount to fit. Oh man, that's bad. That's like what was that movie? Was that Speed? Where the two guys are flying on top of the subway, and the other dude pushes the dude's head up enough to get grabbed by a sign. Pretty sure it was the actor that plays Qui-Gon Jinn. I can never remember his name. That's like I have a very particular set of skills, and I'm coming for you. That dude. Okay, the sow doesn't allow you to fall off while awake, and then you get knocked out. The magic fails. Do you lose consciousness before or after you get torn apart at the waist? Like not trolling you, like legitimate question. Like I'm trying to help you troubleshoot this. Versus something like for the purpose of climbing walls or for the spare amount climbing ceiling. Yeah, that's fair. Because that's how magic works. Yeah, the airbrush really did not get the I had it way too thin, did not do enough coats at all. Lots of spells have that clause for the purpose of clause. One of the toothpicks hole in its catastrophic mess of a gaming area. Yeah, legalese. Saddle of the Cavalier. That sounds apt. Can't be dismounted against your will if you're conscious. So yes, you'd be ripped in half. Oh, excellent. Perfect. Unless you had the wherewithal to decide, I don't want to remain here. Well, I'm small and the spider's medium, so if it would rip me in half, the probably wasn't going after whatever I was after anyway. You're climbing on a ceiling, and all a mage has to do is hit you with a quick dispel. Imagine you're falling to the floor, whatever, however far it is, unless you get something else like flight or step in the wind. Okay, I can speak from personal experience that the DM will eventually hit you with that, and you will die from it. Flat out, because that is exactly what happened to me. Because my dude was half spider, not a centaur sense, but in like the sense that he had 4 or 6, I forget how many. I think it was 6 large spider legs coming from his back that gave him free climb, and it was a 3.5 style system. It wasn't straight 3.5, it was pretty heavily modified, but it had the same skills. So of course I put very low skills in the climb, a little bit here and there, and someone hit me with gravity magic, and I was a rogue type class. I was an assassin rogue type class. And I was hanging out on a ceiling of a cave where I could be out of melee range and like throw daggers and stuff. And I got ripped down, knocked out, and then our archer dude killed a giant frog enemy next to me that exploded and just one-shot me. Just straight dead in pieces. And this is a system with next to nothing in the way of player resurrection. Well, I have a high ride skill, and I have to be kind of close to poke things with my lance anyway. Fair. Oh. Alright. I think that's that piece. This piece, I believe, is done. What needs to happen on here? More dry brushing, I think. God, I'm having the highest strength score in the party? That is disturbing. Alright, we're going to deviate away from this country rock sounding stuff. I almost went to the far end and went towards like electronica stuff, but you know, then I saw this. I've been really vibing with this song lately. 18 strength, highest second cleric with cleric with 14. Oh yeah, I don't think you've not heard any of my D&D updates. Zophiana, prepare thyself. Long live the necromancer. The necromancer is dead. Uh, he got unceremoniously dumped into lava by our paladin by missing a jump check in a pretty BS puzzle from DM where magic wasn't allowed. And the only person capable of making the jump check was the paladin out of the four of us in there. The paladin, the wizard, the cleric, and the artificer. So the only way for us to get through was the paladin jumping each of us across individually because magic was turned off. Uh, he rolled a 2 on his athletics check. Then I rolled a 2 on my dex save. At level 8, my wizard had 22 max HP. Yes, extremely low, and there are reasons for that. More power is the main reason. I straight up traded max HP for power. Would not mattered. With 22 HP, would you like to guess how much damage the lava did instantaneously? Yeah, yeah. Um, it did like 106. As such, my players run through one of those like steps where you're split into 4 different rows. Each gotta go down that row, flicking levers and interacting with stuff to get everyone to the end of a big puzzle. They loved it. Yeah. Oh, I can imagine. So all that's remaining of my necromancer, which had just gotten such a big bonus by the fact he was given skeletons with guns. I never got to use them. They never got play. Uh, is his +2 arcane grimoire now just flowing in the lava for someone else to get at some point, I guess, in the future. Some other adventuring party. Discovered a TTS is pretty essential for online games. Just having something to look at, even if you're not really using it at the moment, really helps the overall gameplay. Yeah, why do you think I've been using Roll20 for 8 years? Never even thought about switching. Why? I have a perfectly functioning system right here. Anyway, so next character already rolled up. It is Palette. It is our channel character. And this time I rolled exactly what I had in mind for him as a character for stats. 20 charisma, as you'd expect for a bard. He is a warforged bard for um, memory jogging. Uses painting to cast his spells, usually on himself. Not always. His other stats are Wisdom 8, Intelligence 10, Con 14, Dex 14, Strength 18. I am the buffest of the bards. Like, I am so buff I can pick up our Dragonborn Paladin with one hand. And I cannot wait to flex. I've never really played with high strength characters. The closest would be my cleric, which is strength 16, I will say. Strength 16. Which that mostly just shows up as him being able to carry a bunch of crap, because it makes sense for him to carry a bunch of crap. It doesn't make sense for Pallet to carry much of anything, but it does make sense for him to be a melee monster because of his original purpose was to have a shock trooper. It's also why he has the charger feat. So I get a +5 to hit when I run at you. Usually doing something absolutely terrifying with my like plus, I don't know, something like +14 or some nonsense intimidation. I am startlingly scary for being generally a very nice person out of combat. Like even more so than my necromancer. Like hilariously so. To the point I took no fear-inducing spells because there's no point in it. If I want to scare you, I pull like a major illusion and then you just, mess your pants. Whenever my players are adventuring around, Dex can help your hit, and your armor class, but strength only ever helps your hit. Um. Oh wait, sorry, the chat moved up, so it just seamlessly. Okay. Like whenever my players are adventuring around a town, I have a TTS up with the map little icon to show the players are in the town right now. Takes Dex over strength. Yeah. Reminds me of my Pathfinder sorcerer that the party fighter dropped into a tree to aid all my charisma. Didn't decide that reincarnation counted true age, not relative age, so my sorcerer is now a middle school looking dark elf for a level 15 character. Oh man. So like if you want to use good strength weapons, you need high strength and high dex because you need good AC anyways. But if you just go into dex weapons, you only need a high dex and you're good. Here's the thing. Because I'm a bard, I'm not actually going to often be in combat. I'm going to be mostly doing support stuff, like a College of Glamour bard is expected to do. It's just going to be for the funny occasion or for roleplay, like which is really why I play D&D. I play D&D for the roleplay. The combat's a nice spice, but I'm here for the roleplay shenanigans. The stories is why I'm here. Uh, I think this looks good enough. I think this is fine. Um, the it's just on the odd occasion it comes up. It's just, oh wait, that's right. Our bard can throw down in melee really well. The other thing is that he's meant to be a shock trooper was his original purpose, not not a fighter or a tank. And he still has DC 16 and like 60 something health at level 8. So like he's fine. He's fine. He's not trying to take hits. He's very offensive based or support based. He's okay. All right. Next piece. There's only a little bit of black being the seat and the gun case and like the same amount of steel as before. So let's do a coat of black and a bunch of steel, I guess, or back and forth of black. We'll see how it goes. And we'll see if I can knock this out in 2 hours. Or I might go a little bit later, just because I want to see this on the base. Okay, so for this next session, I have a little research to do on how a hostile takeover company actually looks like. I remember my Goliath sorcerer. I spec'd into HP and strength for the laws. Yeah, right. The beefy mage archetype. Because that's the basis of the first adventure. It's kind of cool. As for my cleric game is scaring me. My party is scaring me. My DM can't scare me. I refuse to be. Okay, I gotta switch this to the songs and not the videos. Here we go. I refuse to allow DMs to scare me. My party is scaring me, however, because we just suddenly, I guess, went from being a super cautious, take our time, and do things correctly party to a let's go barreling through more of the Wizard's Tower that has already nearly TPK'd us when I have like next to no spells left because we're too spooked out in a logically guaranteed to be safe environment to do a full rest, to do a long rest, and get my spell slots back. When I am a life domain cleric, I I played a dwarven draconic sorcerer who had high strength and health. It's been for your Storm sorcerer. Being a dwarf really helps with stats. Also lets you wear medium armor as sorcerer. It does. Earthman style. Oh, that's pretty awesome. Actually, that's pretty cool. So I am looking at Sunday night, which by the way I won't be playing Palette this week. He'll be introduced the week after, like 2 Sundays from now, because I have a job to do Sunday afternoon. But Sunday night I will be playing my cleric, and I'm currently between going either Masson sits and does not move for the betterment of everyone, or it's okay. Here's the deal: we go forward, but the second we see anything dangerous, legitimately dangerous, we book it in the other direction. We retreat and we rest. Because straight up, we can't afford to go in another battle. They were making jokes about like, oh, just conserve your spells then. Dude, we are level 11 and the highest spell I have is a level 2. I have already needed to keep the party going, cast over 200 points of healing in a single turn. I can't do that now. I can't revivify anyone if anyone dies. All I can do is save my spell slots to use uh Word of Healing or whatever it is. I will get to that in a second. Um Word of Healing for when people go down. And then they have one shot after that. And I explained all this to the party. They don't seem to care for some reason. Like, I guess they've gone cocky, which is hilarious because I'm normally the cocky one. Okay, Rogodoran's security blanket. I assume you mean the pain glove? So Rogodoran, because he's kind of autistic, I guess. I don't know. He has this technology that I'm pretty sure it's actually a full bodysuit. He's blanky. Oh, he has a blanket. This, if I remember correctly, is canon. He has a blanket. I forgot about this. Given to him by his adoptive father on what's the name of the planet? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Something Earn. He legitimately has a blanket that was given to him by his adoptive father from the planet he was found on, and he keeps that to my knowledge like all the way through the Siege of Terra and like into the Scouring. I looked it up, and a real hostile takeover is actually really boring. I'm gonna go with the assassination takeover the company tactic. Nah, dude, do it realistic because you'll occasionally have that real character that, or not that real character, that one character whose players like, oh sweet, it's actually like real. This is like actually happening. Dude, one time that cleric party had to actually help negotiate a like standard business deal with like payments and stuff, and I got so excited, and actually I negotiated a really good uh payment plan for everyone involved, and everyone loved it. It was a very genius moment. I was very happy. So the evil guy is gonna get a guy on the inside to work his way up the company for years to become the second command below the owner. Yeah, that sounds like a totally BBEG thing to do. And then in that company, takes over the world. Is a cloak from his step grandfather. Oh, I forgot about that detail. If that's in the Horse Heresy books, I've not reached that point yet. Like I know, okay, here's the thing. I know a lot about the Horse Heresy, but a lot of it's like the big, like important bits, and I know those based in detail. One of the reasons I've been going through the books bit by bit is to get the little details like that. But that is a very cool piece of lore. But yes, you are right. Now that you mention it, I do remember it is in fact from his step grandfather. I feel like people really sleep on Dorn as a character, as far as like a character Like being a good character. Doran's actually a really well-written character. I know nearly nothing. I'm just looking stuff up. Jeez. Kill the owner, Nero's son, who would inherit company. Found person company drops to is under the evil guy's command, so in turn the evil guy now gets the company. Then goes to the episode 5 route of an assassin, tries to kill them while a party is in the room or nearby. Fails because the party stepped in, of course, and leaves behind a clue that they had to follow. But to do this because they don't have enough money to pay for ship repairs, and if they do this for the company, then they get the ship repair free. Or, just throwing this out there, you could do what my DM did, and the assassination attempt totally works, and nearly kills the party in the process, massacres a whole plantation, frames it on the party, and now the party's totally after this guy for no other reason than personal vendetta, if not also to claim justice for the slaughtered uh, plantation. So yeah, I did it for my main campaign. I can't. It's only the intro main campaign. Oh, you did literally the same thing. Yeah. My DM had it where it was like a magical bomb that was meant to kill everyone except the bad guy, which was in the room with all of us. And we only survived because we had these items which were gifted to us by a city, like a legit city that we did a major service for, and it had a connection to one of the good guy gods. So literally we got like divine force fields that saved us, and then the marks of Alona became inert. But then we were like, but the force fields didn't like protect us so much, just kept us from straight up dying. Also, he stole all of our magical items right before that because it was like, oh yeah, no, we're all gonna go into a negotiation. Everyone remove their magic items, and he starts. He was like, all right, here's the box to put all stuff in. I'm gonna take off all my magic stuff, and then have it checked. I checked him. He had no magic stuff on him because he had outside help we weren't aware of. So we get rid of all our stuff. Then he steals that while nearly killing us, and because he failed in killing us, he then pegs the entire event on us. And it takes us 6 months for us to clean that up. Which ironically, he actually cleaned up for us. He dropped the charges and told everyone that it wasn't us. For reasons we are still figuring out, but we think it has something to do with us saving the world. Or at least the Empire. And he kind of needs that to run his business. It's very complicated. So GW is something really interesting with the newest FAQ that dropped? Yes, let's talk about that. Exactly that. An assassin kills the king and queen along with our diplomats in the room, vanishes after death, leaving the party frame for the attack. Nice. Very good. Um, so if you're talking about the newest one that was like this morning or last night, where they fixed the Supreme Commanders, yes, that happened. Supreme Commanders now work again, as you would expect them to work, which is very nice. Not that I own any Supreme Commanders, but I appreciate them fixing their you know kind of their mistakes because dumb kind of deal. Now if we could get them to fix their intentional mistakes. Oh, you might also be referring to how the wording of Gilliman's stuff makes it look very much like the lion might be returning very soon. That is also a thing. Yes, I agree. Also, yes, I did watch this morning the Auspex tactics video on it. So they did name Girly Man and they specifically call Adeptus Astartes Primarchs, yes. Which makes everyone think the lion is coming very soon, probably for 10th edition. It's probably going to be like Gilliman came out with 8th edition, the line comes out with 10th edition. If they continue like this, then I'm wondering, Korax 12th edition? Or Korax 11th edition? I mean, just saying, they got 3 Chaos Primarchs right now, and 1 more to go. I think it'd be totally reasonable for us to end up with the 4 Mortarion, Magnus, Angron, uh and Fulgrim versus Gilliman, the Lion, Korax, and Russ. I think that'd be quite reasonable, honestly. It'd be pretty sweet, actually, I think. Yeah, then we would finally stop having to rely on plot armor for Dante and Ragnar Blackmane to continuously take on Chaos Primarchs, which are supposed to be Primarchs, but even stronger because Chaos, and somehow not just surviving, but winning. Like, excuse me? Excuse me? What now? Back my 7 and corner somehow, and I need to make a menu of alien fruit. Hard switch to actual Raven Guard, I forgot. Corvix? Corvus Corax. Which is all C's, by the way. You heretic. You can't spiel, clearly. That's it, I'm making random words for all of them. I mean, that's basically all you gotta do. Do I need more coats of black? Kind of think I do on this corner. I think that needs to be more. I'm just gonna do like actors for Rick and Morty improvised TV shows. Yeah, basically. I mean, hey, it worked. Rick and Morty is amazing. We got 7 Zeemers, 4 flops, 10 Dinglehogans, and the Bobbyheimers and Spleaming this time of year. The Bobheimers. Jeez. Get the size 2 and do the the Bob the Bobheimers are Spleaming. That's very Rick and Morty right there. Man, my left nostril just keeps getting stuffed up. Just really annoying. Honestly, Sophiana, if you're that close to doing it anyway, switch to hard RG right now because Strike does a lot. No, seriously, he's probably the best of the named Space Marine chapter named Space Marine chapter masters, especially at his price, which is absurdly cheap. Speaking about Raven Guard successors, my army gained 300 points to spend after the point changes. My main list went down like 200 points, and then I removed the Storm Raven gunship because the turn 2 thing has it not really worth it anymore, even though it went down a lot as well. So now I'm trying to completely reconfigure the entire list. And I'm still not really sure how I'm gonna do it. Because, like, okay, my initial thought was going, like, leaning in hard on the infiltrators. So I'm gonna start with the big thing. That I'll have to do certainly have to do multiple passes on. Uh, and go 20 infiltrators and a bunch more big guns like before. However, I was just thinking earlier, like an hour ago. Oh yeah, sticky objectives. Well, intercessors just got free gear, and like auto rifles into, hey, here's a thunder hammer. Now I do have a sprue I was given of 10 assault intercessors, but I don't feel like that's enough. If I were to do that route, I would want to go even harder in that direction. However, 10 assault intercessors pre-game move, backed up by a second wave of, hear me out, 2 5-man squads of TAC Marines. The sergeant of which has a combi melta and a thunder hammer, and then there's a multi melta in the squad. So 3 melta shots, 3 bolters, a thunder hammer. No, technically 4 bolters, but you know. I mean, it's hard because I really like infiltrators because they give a lot. They give me a lot. Before it was start the game on the objectives and then people can't deep strike onto them or even forward deploy near them for that matter because of the Omni Scramblers. Then they'd get extra bonuses because Shrike actually activates their infiltrate comms array, which is now free. Like it's like for what I was doing before for 120 something points or 130 points for 5 of them, I could do now for 100. Which they so hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s, and then hit rolls of 6 auto wound. Which is where they would be weak in shooting because they're strength 4. They're just bolters. The thing is, the sticky objectives means they no longer have to sit there like they did before. However, that does also mean that then they have the mobility to move around and move Omni Scramblers to where I really don't want people to be deep striking. And I don't have to not waste, but utilize command points and pre-moving stuff to get onto said objectives to then not just hold them, but also do the Raven Guard secondary, which is amazing, which nets me a bunch of points for doing an action with them, which they're not useless when they do the action because of the Omni Scramblers. So actually, yeah, now that I talked that, I think I'm still sticking with the infiltrators because it's so much value for 100 points. And I already have 10 painted. I have another 10 that are half built. They're waiting for a bunch of modification, kit bashing and stuff. Because I wanna stylize these guys. So yeah, it probably is going to end up being 20 infiltrators. And then from there, here's where the questions get really big. So before I had 10 Hell Blasters. Actually, no, let me start at the top. Here's my list before. Shrike, Primaris Tech Marine. 2 Infiltrator squads, Infiltrator Comms Array. 2 Intercessor squads. Then Relic Contemptor, Twin Volkite, Rockets, Land Speeder, Tornado, Multi-Multi. Unless I was taking Helic Gauntlets for durability, but if I switch over, I may switch. Thing is, with Core Raven Guard, because the Infiltrator Comms Array gets activated by Strike, and Strike does so much stuff. Yeah, it's hard to... Although you can do that pretty well now by just doing like a, and get pretty good value for it by just doing a, Phobos Captain with the Relic Sniper Rifle is pretty brutal. I mean, yes, you have to pay for the Relic, but I mean, you could bypass a Warlord trait. Because honestly, there aren't that many Warlord traits that mean that much right at this moment. Not really. I'd say if any of them mean anything, it would probably be Rights of War, which entails your guy getting close. That doesn't really make sense. So here's the other thing. Helix Gauntlet, I don't think is that good of a durability boost, in all honesty. It reduces the first thing that hits them per phase to 0 damage. Great. You usually negated 1 damage, maybe 2 damage. You're not getting a whole lot of value out of it. No one's shooting. No one is likely to be shooting D6, 3 plus D3, any of that nonsense at those guys unless they're really trying to kill them, in which case they are going to die anyway. The negating the one shot is not going to matter. So I find the Helix Gauntlet arrays better. Not the Helix Gauntlet array, sorry. The Infiltrate Comms array better. Because it increases all of their damage output. Like, increases their ranged efficiency by... Actually, no, increases all of their efficiency by 16%. Like melee and shooting. But increases their shooting technically a little bit more because it makes it more likely for them to get the unmodified hits of 6 for the auto wound. Granted, not like super damage based anyway, but like I said, I don't think the Helix Gauntlet is that big of a durability boost regardless, so whatever. And I'm already taking Strike anyway. Like, I'd take Strike anyway. So, alright, back to my original list. Yeah, I'm gonna pick up Strike and drop my Firstborn Captain. Yeah, because, like, Strike, in general, he just does a lot, dude. Like, yes, he requires 1 CP to take because you have to give him a Warlord trait. But he's only, what is he, like 100... How many points is he? Hold on, I have my list up. I have Battlescribe up with a list already plugged into it. Okay, Strike is 120 points. And a command point. For... he has a bunch of keywords. So he can use a lot of stratagems. Like, a lot of stratagems. He has Fly with a massive 14-inch movement. He's a Chapter Master, so he gets Rights of War and Chapter Master ability. Diving Charge. After Smile finishes charge move, select one enemy unit with an engagement range of it and roll 1d6. On a 4-up, they suffer a mortal wound. He has a 4-up invuln from his Iron Halo. His Warlord treats the Shadow Master, so the enemy cannot fire Overwatch. Not that that's as big of a deal as before, but still. Wing Deliverance Aura. Reroll charge rolls for Raven Guard Jump Pack and Raven Guard Phobos unit when there are 6 inches of a smile when the roll is made. So if you ever want to roll Vanguard Vet Bomb, which is what I used to do religiously, he's amazing for that. Not even just because of that, but also because he's a melee monster. With 6 wounds, 6 attacks. The Blackout Pistol, 18-inch range, Pistol 2, Strength 4, -2 AP, Damage 2, as Sniper roll, and on a, this says a wound roll of 6 up. I have to double check that. But it can do mortal wounds. Hold on, I am checking both. So I'm sure I'm correct here. Also, Raven's Talons, which are -3 damage to Lightning Claws. Okay, so the original dash sheet in the supplement probably also says on a 6-up. So I have to check the, yeah, it says a 6-up. Let me quickly check the FAQ, because anytime there's still a 6-up to wound getting you mortal wounds is absurdly good for Raven Guard. My nostrils taking me off so much. Scroll way down because it's been a while since Raven Guard got updated. Yeah, May 10th, 2020. Um, they did not change. Oh, they didn't change that. Okay, so actually, against characters in turn 2 forward, your pistol actually does on 5-ups to wound, does mortal wounds. So actually, it's even better. He's even better against characters when a surgical strike pops in, because +1, I hit +1 in wound surgical strikes ability. Which actually, oh yeah, that explains why that one game I totally tossed like without much difficulty. I've without doing any damage directly with the pistol dumped 2 mortal wounds on a on a Space Wolves bike chaplain before with strike. And I was targeting him with a bunch of mortal wound abilities because he had some kind of Space Wolves relic that turns off rerolls, and it was a Vanguard vet bomb that a lot of their efficacy was based on the rerolls. So I was like, all right, here's the diving charge, here's blackout, here's Hammer of Wrath from the Vanguard vets. And you know what? I killed him. I killed a bike chaplain with 8 wounds, or whatever it was, 7 wounds, 8 wounds, whatever, purely with mortal wounds output. Man, the player was salty about that. Yeah, Vanguard Vet Bomb used to be brutal if you could remember to do the entire combo. The entire combo was crazy. I had like a 14-step combo. Then they changed how CP works, and I couldn't do anymore because it was too CP costly. I would routinely use 9 CP by the end of turn 1. So now I do big gun line. So, alright, so my list before, right? And this is the list I used in that tournament I referenced from time to time where I got 3rd. Uh, for no good reason. Like, I should not have. But I decisively won against Chukari, Necrons, and Space Wolves. Shrike, Primaris Tech Marine, 2 Infiltrators with the Comms Array, 2 5-man Intercessors, Auto Bow Rifles, and a Grenade Launcher. Then Twin Volkite Contemptor, Land Speeder Tornado with Multi-Melta, 10-man Hellblaster with Assault Blaster for the 30 shots, Radicators with standard guns, Relic Sicarian Venator with las cannons, and Storm Raven gunship with heavy plasma, multi-melta, and hurricane bolters. And it's based on the infiltrators forward deploying onto objectives and then intercessors pushing up as a second wave, while all the giant guns are just punishing their troops, their OPSEC, and giving massive threat saturation. Which of these multi-directional high-end threats are you dealing with first? The things getting points or the things that are like mowing down a bunch of your dudes? It works. It worked then anyway. So I got rid of the Storm Raven because turn 2. So now my current prototype is a second Relic Contemptor, 2 squads of Eliminators, 2 squads of Eradicators with heavy melta rifles and multi-meltas, the Sakaran, the Hellblasters, and 20 infiltrators. However, I have also considered instead of the Contemptor having like Relic Terminators. But I'm not sure where they fit into my game plan. Like I kind of need things to replace the Storm Raven in threat level. That's what the more Eradicators and the Contemptor was gonna be. Oh yeah, and I dropped the Land Speeder. I don't know if the Eliminators are what I actually need there, but they're so cheap. Now, here's the thing. I am aware that right now probably one of the best units in Space Marines is in Plasma Inceptors because they're stupidly cheap right now. And I do have 3 that are already with Plasma and 3 with Bolters that I probably could get some Plasma bits, maybe. It's just the problem is all my other stuff is kind of set up in a way that in theory they do a lot of damage over a lot of turns because there's nothing guaranteeing that people will mow them down in particular. Eradicators are scary, but so is the vendor that will be literally taking a vehicle in half every turn. What is... Oh, it's playing videos instead of songs again. Oh no, that is the song video. Okay. That's also the song video. Here's what happens when you listen to a lot of YouTube artists. Alright, here we go. Now, why I mentioned doing a lot of damage over a lot of rounds, the Inceptors, everyone knows to look for those. They're probably going to be trying to mow those down pretty quick. So it's like... And also, it's like, good luck trying to take down the Sakaran Vander or the Contemptors because you did Tech Marines right next to them giving bonuses. And healing. So, like... Also, at one point, I was even considering trying to run Scouts. Because for 60 points, only 60 points, you can have a Sergeant with Combi Melta, Thunderhammer, 3 sniper rifles, a missile launcher, and they all have camo cloaks. That means that over 18 inches away, because Raven Guard, or whenever in a train piece, which also at 12 inches means they have -1 to hit, they all have 2-up saves. Yeah, they have 1 wound, but, you know, that was Firstborn Space Marines for the first half of 8, so I'm used to that. That's like a lot of offensive firepower with forward deploy. That's more stuff I can for free shove in no man's land. However, I can do that as well with the Eliminators. The Eliminators just do more damage. I mean, maybe not more than the fact that it's a missile launcher and a Melta, but like more reliable damage anyway. Especially characters. It would definitely keep characters hidden. Characters would be staying behind walls. Which, when I think about it, one of the big points of this list is the idea of keeping the enemy more or less in their deployment zone, or running out of their deployment zone to go towards threat saturation targets, and getting mowed down the entire time they're doing that. So, yeah. But sticky objectives means that my guys don't have to sit on the objectives anymore. They can move forward, but what are they going to move forward with as infiltrators? Yeah, it's just, you actually have reasons to think about and choose things. You have a lot of valid options, which is the first time in a very long time I feel like I've had that in Warhammer, even with Space Marines, with so many things to, so many actual units, because most of them were usually bad. Snipers. Snipers mostly because that's what they're modeled with, and I do not have the wherewithal right now to actually go through the massive amount of kit bashing necessary to magnetize them. Hey, good potato. That's 3 months. Where's my sword at? Sword? We said you were getting a sword. I know nothing about a sword. Let me know swords to be found here. How you doing, potato? We were talking 40k army building because they changed everything. Everything. Actually, a little bit of Iron Mist. But I can show you where your mini's at, or could be your mini, and how much is left. I'm doing pretty good today. My left nostril's annoying the crap out of me because it keeps stuffing up while I'm talking, but besides that, pretty good. I'm making a lot of progress on the commission, which is good because I have another commission lined up behind it. The client that wanted this, all of this, wanted to drive me insane, already has the next pieces lined up ready to go, and it has nothing to do with these on any level. It is small. It is my recipes. It is also Votan. It is the Space Dwarves. And they are red and very dark blue or gray, something like that. So I'm doing very well. But yes, I did add a command because it's very easy. For CFC remaining or CFC what's left, that will show you exactly what is left for minimum to wrap up this CFC guy. Cries and no jump pack apothecary. I know, right? Wouldn't that be nice if you had a jump pack apothecary? Also, that makes total sense. If you have jump packs, why would you not give your apothecary a jump pack for maximum mobility? I would absolutely run a jump pack apothecary if I could. Nothing else, because that'd be baller. Alright. Let's get the Nono on a steel. Do the highlighting for the black. Highlighting for the steel. Then we work on the white. Yes, this guy will be done before I wrap up tonight. Not this guy. Sorry. The bike part. The bike part will be done before I finish. Sorry, I just brain farted. I completely forgot what I was doing. Alright, here we go. No oil. So, what AOC dead is suppressors worth now? That's a valid question because suppressors are now fairly viable anti-marines. Okay. By themselves, kind of. However, you have so many better options that if you own anything else remotely close to them, in many ways, you're better off. Like, you know, it probably gets you more than that and is also as good at killing Marines. Um, anything using a lot of grav. Devastators with grav cannons. Centurion Devastators with grav cannons. Attack Marines with Comet Grav and Grav Cannon. Which are also like less points and are troops, so have OPSEC. However, are not as maneuverable. Then you have Vanguard vets with Power Fists are like in the same realm. Actually, better because they wound on 2s, while suppressors wound on 3s. You know what's surprisingly viable now? Heavy intercessors. Surprisingly viable now. Because they're way cheaper. And with Armor Contempt gone, those Executor variants of the guns, which mathematically are the best ones anyway, are suddenly brutal. One shot each, sure, but that's still 5 shots, or if you take the machine gun, 6 shots at strength 5, so wounding on 3, neg 2 or neg 3 on Devastator Doctrine, which you can just sit in. 2 damage. That's basically, that's Gravis with grav weapons against Marines. And at like 40-something inch range, like very long range. It's like 40-inch, 42-inch range. That's long range grav, straight up. And they're troops. And they're Gravis. So toughness 5, 3 wounds, can take what's it called? The Gravis stratagem to negate or not negate, but like get extra bonuses against damage 1 weapons. Speaking for Raven Guard. Yeah, no, I'm speaking in general. Because like Raven Guard doesn't have anything special to get out of suppressors. Like suppressors are not Phobos. Yeah, suppressors aren't Phobos. They're Omnis or whatever. They're the only ones that are Omnis still for some reason. So like Raven Guard get nothing special with them. There's no special relation except that they look sneaky and that theoretically they're sneaky even though they use auto cannons. Other things good for taking out Marines? Heavy bolters are now suddenly good at taking out Marines. Strength 5 in a heavy doctrine, their AP neg 2. So that's a 5-up save, 2 damage. Dead Marine. Granted, there's probably not as many places as you could get them as you could before, where you could also just get a grav can that does better with 4 shots. And neg 3. Or neg 4. Sorry, catching up on stuff you posted in Discord. Man, my nostrils does not want to stay clear to talk. It's really annoying. Okay, so Raven Guard is kind of weird. Sorry, checking some other stuff. Raven Guard is kind of weird in which they don't, except for like infiltrators or incursors, they don't encourage you in the rules actually to play using stealthy units. Because of their stealthy capabilities, you are actually encouraged to use very heavy units, the heaviest units you can get. You know what's really good for Raven Guard right now? Aggressors. Assault Centurions are back on the menu. There's some other examples. Anything Gravis, really, because here's the thing. Our best traits in Raven Guard are not stealth, they are maneuverability. We can move infantry places and at a speed and reliability no one else can. You can pre-game move your aggressors or deploy them entirely, in no man's land using Master of Ambush. Or you can pre-game move your assault centurions, or you can deep strike them. I wouldn't recommend deep striking them. I find deep strike is for gun guys. You know what would be brutal to deep strike if you could find a pocket big enough to do it? 10 Hell Blasters with assault plasma incinerators. That's brutal. 30, strength 6, neg 4, 1 damage. If you want to go spicy, overcharge, and you drop them next to someone that can give them reroll 1s, which could even just be a Dreadnought with Wisdom of the Ancients. And now it's with reroll 1s, strength 7, neg 4, 2 damage. 30 shots. 3 shots per guy. Or Eradicators. Drop them. Get them anywhere you want. Easy. Get them easily within half range of their target. With their strength 8, D4, D6 plus 2. Oh, wait, they're in half range. D6 plus 4. Minimum 5 damage. Anything you want. 6 shots for standard dudes, or you can give them the multi-melter for 4 standard shots. Whatever it is you're shooting. Guess what? Unless you roll terribly on the to hit, they're dead. Which I think is part of the main reason why they started giving out damage limiters on large characters. Because when Raven Guard stuff like that, and you can throw on +1 to hit, +1 to wound, well, screw you. Pelacor, dead. Void Dragon, dead. Gazcool, dead. If they didn't have those limiters. Everything else, though, absolutely dead. This is why the only thing sneaky in my list... Oh, man. Killing me. Hold on. Oh, the mute switch didn't go all the way. I just said a whole crap load. Where was I? No, I muted to blow my nose, and then I hit the switch and it didn't click over all the way. Okay, let me start over. Everything in my list. Oh, wait, no. How do I say this? Nothing in my list is sneaky except for the infiltrators and I guess the eliminators, but I'm not totally certain I'm going to take them. I might switch them out with something more beefy, honestly. Like, I can figure out something for 100 and, what is that? 150 points? I can find something at 150 points that would do damage. Uh, as for your list, I did read out your list. Gonna ask why the Phobos Librarian. You don't have enough anti-vehicle. Vehicles are still very dangerous. And you have the Assault Centurions and in one thing Fusils. So it's 3 damage apiece for Fusils. Centurions can get bogged in on like infantry and then taken out of being a threat to vehicles. In particular, strongest army in the game right now, Imperial Guard. Tanks. Tanks. A lot of other things with dangerous vehicles. You know how you beat your Kari? You blow up all their vehicles immediately. Straight up. Get them out of their boats. And suddenly they're not that dangerous. Harlequins. Knock them out of their boats. Knights, it's all boats. like you need a lot of anti-tank. The Vanguard vets are gonna want their storm shields now more than ever. More less snipers. I'm thinking if you can get your hands on eradicators, straight up get eradicators, dude. Like I'm seriously considering swapping out those 2 eliminator squads for because I have it. I have a 3rd squad of eradicators and an apothecary. I need to see if those points actually line up, but I am just considering that. Because they're free right now, you can just take the heavy melter rifles for minimum 5 damage per hit. Like swapping out the eliminators. Okay. I'd because our Arcs of Omen allows you, I would give all the Vanguard vets storm shields and 1 lightning claw. Or give them all power fists. One or the other. Run strike with them. Drop both those characters. Drop the eliminators. Shove as many eradicators in that list as you can. And then I'd say it's fairly good. And then you run the Vanguard vets at whatever their largest concentration of infantry is and just knock their, like, as much of their objective securing, whether actual OPSEC or not, but, like, vehicles can't take objectives. Take all of that out as hard and as fast as possible. That's actually literally what I used to do with my giant Vanguard vet bomb that could wipe out like entire flanks of the enemy, like even vehicles. They one time overkilled 6 Outriders and an Invader ATV, while also mortal wound killing that chaplain on a bike all in the same turn. But that was back when I could do my 14-step combo. I don't have the CP to do it anymore, unfortunately. Which is why I don't do Vanguard vet bomb. It's too high risk, high reward when you can't get as much reward anymore. That's why I stopped. I couldn't put out as much reliable damage to ensure anything I threw it out died to stick with it. So it's all guns now. Really big guns. And yeah, you could say that doesn't feel very Raven Guard-y. Guess what? Raven Guard have not played like Raven Guard since I don't know, since I started playing. Like I guess like when they were the strongest faction in the game back in the end of 8th, you could play fairly Raven Guard-y and get away with it because Space Marines were strong in general. But and like characters were so important, but we could annihilate characters like this, just gone. I suddenly can't snap my fingers. My nose is bugging me out, man. Uh, but no, since they made us so maneuverable without the ability to assassinate being like so strong, maneuverability is our game. Getting big guns exactly where we want them. Which, by the way, I have deep struck 10 Hellblasters with the 30 shots. It is your opponent's face when they realize where you put it. Granted, most of the time now, I don't deep strike stuff. I go for that gunline alpha strike. I bombard you with so much garbage immediately. All of my guns, all at once. I just try to kill as much of your big heavy stuff as I can. If nothing else, that big heavy stuff can't like the main reason is not just to kill the big heavy stuff. Like, yeah, usually I take bring it down secondary. But like the main reason is because the best things usually for most armies at killing a bunch of infiltrators sitting on an objective is usually a vehicle. So my biggest stuff shoots at their vehicles. Then everything below that, like the Hellblasters, and back when I had the plasma on my Storm Raven and Contemptor, they would focus on infantry, heavy infantry, dangerous infantry. Which is why I'm thinking a second Contemptor, which I have. It's just I need to fully assemble and paint him and everything. Actually, I need to do some repair work on him. I kind of screwed him up when I was stripping all the paint off the resin. Uh, you sit resin in isopropyl for too long, it'll begin softening the resin and it starts doing some weird stuff. So I learned that the hard way. But I think it's repairable. It'll be a little wonky. I might have to completely replace the missile launcher though. But yeah, that's a game of chicken. Just keeping my. Actually, it's not even a game of chicken anymore. It used to be a game of chicken of keeping my infiltrators alive so they could keep getting objective points. Both planting the Raven Guard secondary explosives down and also just holding objectives. But objectives are sticky now for Space Marines, so they could actually die, and as long as I keep their infantry off the objective, I continue to hold it. So it's 100% about controlling no man's land. More objectives than them, keeping them unable to step foot on the objectives through sheer massed firepower. That's my strategy. We'll see if in a month or two if I can get a game in at some point and test that out. But yeah, end of the day, like before anything else, you got to think about how are you getting points? Like what gets you points? How to get those points? How to keep the enemy from stopping you from getting the points? Like what could the enemy do that would stop you from getting points? Well, in my case, it's killing my infiltrators and then getting on the objective. Okay, so there's my disruption objective. And then how is the enemy getting points is usually a far like behind that because that changes per opponent. That you usually figure out on the go. Like, oh, okay, so if they kill my vehicles, they get points. Okay, good to know. I need to play safer with my vehicles um while not messing up my primary strategy, right? Like they say they take bring it down and That's how you deal with that. Does all this make sense? Good lord, my nose. I think so. Yeah, this was probably the biggest thing I had to figure out when I went from bad Warhammer player to decent to be able to hold my own. I used to focus too much on how to kill the enemy. The enemy dying only matters if it gets me 2 points. Um, Also keeping my guys alive, meaningless. If they are not getting me points, then it doesn't matter if they stay alive. I have totally won games by a lot of points with very few of my guys left because I focused on the point game. Like, I remember that Necron game in that tournament. Both of us had next to none of our lists left. He had the Void Dragon because it's next to impossible to kill that thing. And I had like 4 other units left. Oh, and he had some like random infantry in like his backfield or whatever. I won by a bunch of points because I focused on the point game. Like, I didn't panic that his Void Dragon was coming towards my guys. I just focused fire not on the Void Dragon. That was the big scary thing that was super hard to kill. Because it didn't matter. What mattered was the guys on the objective stayed alive at the time. It no longer matters. And that his guys did not reach the objectives alive. So yeah, I let the Void Dragon just crash into my lines. I made sure to block him with guys whose guns weren't as strong as the other guns. Yeah, that's the steel and black. Okay, we carry on to the white. Oh, if you want to go melee, strongest unit in Space Marines right now, hands down, are Assault Terminators. I don't own any, so I never even considered them. I do have some Relic Terminators, which I was kind of considering them, but I don't know how serious I am about that. Assassin, realizing if to take out one of the targets, will attempt to hit and run them in the road as he is with the party investigating. Placing the shot came from in like a Jeep. What? Like in a carriage? No, it's sci fi. Oh, okay. Went from kings and queens to Jeeps. And I was like, wait, what now? Here's the reason I'm hesitant on a second contemptor, even though really like most everything says good idea. It's another CP. Like the current version with 2 contemptors has me starting a game with 2 CP. However, when I think about, I don't know if I really need any CP at the start of the game. Like for pregame, I don't think I need any pregame CP. Honestly, I don't intend on deep striking anything. I don't need to pregame move anything because everything I would pregame move to get into the no man's land is an infiltrator that can do it for free. Just not even pregame move, but just start anywhere I want. Strike 3 infiltrators. 2 units of heavy intercessor with the good bull rifles, right? The executor ones, the one shot high AP. That version. Mathematically the best and just got better. Then you have the Assault Sense, 2 jump packs with Storm Shielding Claw. There you go. I assume those are 5-mans. 5-man Plasma Inceptors, 2 5-man Erratic Hairs, and a Sniper Eliminator Bolt Carbine. I would kind of recommend, actually, to make, if it's 2 5-man jump jets, make it 1 10-man. And here's the reason. Even though you do give blast, they have storm shields, so they're 2 up, 4 up with 2 wounds. So a lot of blast weapons aren't going to do that much damage to them anyway. However, if they're running next to strike, then giving a Chapter Master reroll to 1 will give all 10 full rerolls to hit on their Lightning Claws, on top of them having full rerolls to wound from being Lightning Claws. And it also maximizes your Hammer of Wrath, the stratagem. Very good stratagem. When you charge in, use the stratagem for every unit you have in your model. For every model in your unit, you roll a die. If that die exceeds the toughness of the unit you selected that you charged into, you do 1 mortal wound. That's 10 dice. You can do a lot of damage with 10 dice, especially against very weak. Like, if you do that into a Guardsman squad, or Fire Warriors, or Eldar Guardians, you're doing damage. You have a 1 in 2 likelihood, 50% shot of doing a mortal wound to Marines. Like, there's actually a lot of good reasons that if you have 10 Vanguard vets, just run as 10 Vanguard vets. If there's a 2 10-mans, then by all means just keep going. I'm just saying, if it's 2 5-mans, make it a 10-man. Like, the blast ain't that big of a deal. Not even that many weapons have blast, and a lot of them are not that strong. I thought long and hard about that myself, actually, back when I did VV Bomb. How much is reasonable amount of damage to deal with being struck with a car? Not gonna lie, I kind of feel like it should be on the same scale as lava. Maybe a little bit less. Maybe 2/3 lava. Because most of the time, struck by a zooming, like a car moving, schmoving, you're dead. You are just dead. You are, like, instantly. 120 feet a turn, so that's 60 seconds. So that's 120 dash, making it 240 feet. 240 feet. All right, hold on. Let me pull up my calculator is open. Okay. 240 feet a second. 240 feet divided by 6. 40 feet per second. 40 feet per second. Okay, so you have so there's a 60 seconds per minute times 60 for an hour, so 3,600. Now 40 times 3,600. I'm trying to remember how to do algebra here. Okay, 144,000. Now divide that by 5,280. Okay, they're probably fine. They're probably fine. Because if I've done my math right, 240 feet in a round is 27 miles per hour. They're in a they're in a they're in an they're in a residential area. you need to you need like you like triple that to get to highway. And they be going like 700 feet, 800 feet around. Then you're talking a highway speed. 27, 27 miles per hour. Yeah, it's 27.27 repeating. Yeah. If I did all of the calcs right on that, yeah, that's how fast he's going. Dear Lord. Okay. I got a so top speed is 60 miles per hour at a dash and 120. Well, that's not top speed. Is in miles per hour. Okay. Yeah. Anywhere between 60 and 120 miles per hour, dead. Just insta kill. Insta kill. I don't care what unless they got some serious type of protective magic that just removes force from the object. It will also hurt the car, absolutely. But unless they have serious magic that just removes like a serious amount of force from the equation, they're just dead. It's just dead. What was that at 60 exactly? 40-12? 40-12? No, I'm talking like lava damage. I'm not joking. 60 miles per hour, like, flattens people. Still splat. Yeah, like I said, anywhere between 60 and 120, that's insta kill zone. Like, you don't get hit by that if you want to live. Like, people have definitely died from much slower than that. Like, insta dead from much slower than that. Because you're also thinking, like, the thing that's hitting you is a car. That is, like, at minimum 1,000 pounds of mass. So, like, yeah, a baseball would probably shatter bone, but you could walk away at 120 miles per hour. That's not unheard of. A car? Talking half a ton to 2 tons. Yo, we need to figure out how to propel. We need to figure out how to propel pallet at 60 miles per hour. Like, no joke. Because when you use it in large, he's 3,000 plus pounds. Well, if a human person comma could survive being hit going at 45 miles per hour, assuming their HP is forward and cars deal exceeding willis damage to a powerful player with levels. You hit with 60 mile per hour, no kill normally, but if IRL leveled paladin with high HP. Okay, well, this is where D&D kind of falls apart in regards to how toughness works. Um, like, yeah. I usually think of it as skill to avoid getting hit. And HP is kind of less like, okay, if we were to take D&D super realistic, HP would be less like actual health and the ability to take a hit, and more the ability to like continue functioning at full capability to avoid slash block slash deflect large hits. Because, like, let's be honest, getting bitten by a dragon, you're dead. Getting slashed by a dragon, you are dead. If you have armor and shield and magic and you got a lot of skill because you've been fighting really big stuff for a long time, it's not that you got bit or slashed, it's that you deflected or blocked or magicked your way out of that. Else, like, what are physics? Because like bones break. Like, no matter how little damage to the muscle was done, a certain amount of torque will still shatter bone. Deflect a car, yeah, right? But DMA collision damage 2 damage, so no damage reduction. Yeah, that makes sense, honestly. Because at that point, it's just physics getting involved. Unless you have magic that negates that. That's why I think like straight up magical force fields should be like a thing in D&D, like as like just a spell. I don't mean like shield. I guess shield kind of works, but something a bit more like shield, but just negates damage. But has a threshold of how much damage you can take. Kind of like Spear Guardian, not Spear Guardian. What's the other one? What's the higher level Spear Guardian that's one dude that outputs like 60 points of damage and then disappears? Like that thing. Can't establish that simply hitting something with a car equals absurd amount of damage. You can, because you're the DM. Because 4 session later, my players are using their movement to deal insane damage while keeping their action and stuff totally free. It's not, Spirit Guardians is the one where you can have a bunch of them. Spirit Guardians. It was, oh, on Cleric, Spell List. It's like Holy Guardian or something like that. No. No, because it's still Guardian. No, it's used completely different words, but it's like the same thing, almost. Except not really at all, but it looks the same. Hold on. Oh, wait, is this it? Okay, it's Guardian of Faith. Yeah. Large spectral guardian appears and hovers for the duration, which is 8 hours, by the way. An unoccupied space of your choice you can see within range. The guardian occupies that space in his instinct, except for a gleaming sword and shield emblazoned with the symbol of your deity. Any creature hostile to you that moves to a space within 10 feet of the guardian for the first time has succeeded a dexterity saving throw. Creature takes 20 radiant damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. The guardian vanishes when it has dealt a total of 60 damage. Really, it's only good for blocking narrow like 10-foot wide corridors. It's a pretty abysmal spell in all reality, except for that. But, whatever. It's level 4. I've used it like twice. It's whatever. Spirit Guardians, so much better. Like top tier level spell for clerics as far as I'm concerned. Spirit Guardians is baller. And you can upcast it. Like, so good. I remember that one came in was like post World War I tech, but with magic and mage teleport, speeding Jeep into a dragon. Dude, that's awesome! Yeah, it's the balance of that spell being the fact you can't move the guardian. Supposed to put around your paladin or frontline, add extra damage or protect units from melee. Yeah, but it's 20 damage. Like, yeah, it's good for blocking stuff, but okay. You're underusing, but it's not concentration. You can stun or CC someone in any way from a spawn, drop Guardian of Faith on top of them, and it's over. You drop Guardian of Faith on top of them, it's over. They only do max 60. They do 20 damage across 3 turns and disappear. Guess what? Spirit Guardians, I can upcast, has an aura around me is difficult terrain and does damage to any number of enemy units inside of that aura that is upcasted. Like, sure, it's concentration, but and my clerics almost always they do how much damage though? Yes, yes, it does to multiple units. Just the multiple units alone means you can immediately at like its normal spell level jump past 20 per round if you're facing a bunch of enemies. Cleric spell list. I'm pretty sure it scales by like D8s. Okay. So it's concentration for up to 10 minutes. 15-foot, okay. 15-foot radius around yourself. You are influencing a 30-foot circle. Based on you, meaning you can move, and it stays with you. Um, you designate any number of creatures you can see to be unaffected by it. An affected creature's speed is halved. It's not difficult terrain. Half movement. Flat. When a creature enters the area for the first time or starts its turn there, must make a wisdom saving throw, which not as many have as good at compared to dexterity. On a failed save, the creature takes 3d8 radiant damage if you're good, neutral, or 3d8 necrotic damage if you're evil. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much damage. So still damage. The other one's all or nothing. When you cast a spell on a spell slot 4th or higher, damage increased by 1d8 per each slot level. Against hordes, and if you are the tank, like my guy is, like my cleric is, I can cast this at 6th level. So that is 4, 5, 6, 66, no, sorry, 68 radiant damage on failed wisdom saves or half with halved movement speed for 30 feet circle based around me. For up to 10 minutes. Like, that could be multiple combats. Tons of out of combat use only. It's 8 hours and no concentration, guaranteed uninterrupted long rest, and your guardian above you. Yeah, but it doesn't alert you if combat happens. It would be up to your DM if you know if the spell fades when it has dealt all its damage, which, by the way, by then you might have already been attacked. 68 radiant damage at 6th level, just saying. Not that I would cast at 6th level because I only got 1, but probably do at 5th. If I want to just do a bunch of damage with this thing, which is still 5d8. That's between 5 and 40 damage per thing in my circle. Using guardian to guard your loot or specific area while you leave. It clearly makes noise. That doesn't mean it woke you up. No, I mean like the guardian does not go out of its way to like wake you up. It doesn't go out of its way to do anything except attack. And it's based on dexterity, which a lot of stuff is dexterity at higher levels. You know what most horde enemies at high levels don't have? Wisdom. Which, by the way, your wisdom save should be pretty good by then. Honestly. Like your wisdom save to beat. And there's no limit how many things it can attack. It can do over 60 damage in one turn fairly realistically, especially when upcasted. Like, yeah, it's used for different things, but for just straight up in combat, I would take Spirit Guardians every single time. Every single time. In fact, I might start using it more than I use Spiritual Weapon, to be honest. Because lately, Spiritual Weapon has been kind of whiffing. Like, a lot. It just doesn't... The other one, like, Spirit Guardians is guaranteed damage. Might not be a lot, but it's guaranteed damage, and it slows all movement to half. Ugh. Nose is still going nuts. Sending me more links to YouTube. You know, if I don't know what these are, like, I'm really... Oh, it's this thing. It's a Dr. Phil going nuts. No, Spirit Guardians is better. For combat. For straight up in a combat encounter. Like, you are already in a combat encounter. which it was your first way of using it. After I already said that, like, you could use Holy Guardian to block or Guardian of Faith or whatever to block it's good for blocking a corridor. Because it can't be killed. It just has to do 60 damage, however long that takes. Um, yeah. I don't know. I suppose it's also like my campaign with my cleric, we've not run into that many instances where Guardian of Faith would be useful, like, at all. We always do watches while we sleep. Standard. And for a while, our ranger actually kind of had that weird elf sleep where he didn't actually sleep. He was still awake for, like, conscious for his 4 hours that he slept. Like, that whole weird thing. That was a thing for a little while. Unfortunately, it doesn't have that anymore, but, you know. Also, there are totally things that could run into a spirit guardian or a guardian of faith, sorry. Uh Take damage from it and make no noise in the process. There's nothing saying the spirit guardian itself makes any noise doing anything ever at all. It's incorporeal. It just shows a gleaming sword and shield, whatever that means, which could be just divine magic, kind of like spiritual weapon. My Star Quest gave me a lot of that. Two of the races need no sleep; they can remain conscious. Just refrain from strenuous activity for 8 hours. Get the long rest benefits. There you go. Pathfinder Kobold fighter at play has an item that lets her for an hour a day transform into a dragon. Their class levels in the CL lower their level for an hour in a day, and if they run out of HP in a dragon form, she goes back to Kobold form. The HP she had before stream. So she has polymorph dragon, which is pretty brutal, actually. Like, she can't solo another dragon, but she can solo a lot. Just made me realize that, like, it could have gone to a point where my Necromancer could have soloed a dragon. Yes, but she keeps her fire levels. No, I know. I know, I don't think because your seal has to be lower than your level, which means, like, you're probably always going to be, like, say, for example, a juvenile dragon going up against an adult dragon will still trounce you, even with fighter levels. Like, no, feats and such coming out. Yeah, no, adult dragon would still probably trounce you in a one-on-one. It's still probably dunk on you. I am so annoyed with my nose. Ah, it's like psychological torture. Like, straight up, it really is. Also, where'd Mike go? Mike came in, asked where his sword was at, and left. It's like, hey, am I a mod yet? Nope, cool, I'm out. Like, what? Right, and that's very cool, which means you can solo a lot of stuff. But you gotta think about what an appropriately challenge rated dragon would be for your party, and you're not gonna be like, hey guys, hold my beer. That was my main point. I was like, you're probably not soloing a dragon, but you're soloing a lot of stuff. That's pretty awesome. Like, you can't 1v1 other dragons, as cool as that would be, because that was the first thing that came to my mind. Was like, oh man, just solo another dragon as a dragon. But now, like, nah, that it can't really work. Um, Correct white. Blah. How dare they name one of their worst paints out of our Primark, or by name it? Give it the name of our Primark. Dude, what would modern Corex even look like at this point? Because he's changed a bit. Fair. With all the BS our party has, I think our party could take on deities from base Pathfinder. Oh, probably. You're like level 15. Yeah. No, no, you guys are demigods. You guys are a team of demigods at that point. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. Okay, good. I forgot that recess again. Ugh! You do have Mythic. This is true. I can rest comfortable in the knowledge that as powerful as my party is getting, we still are not even powerful enough to deal with the most serious things happening on a material plane in our campaign setting. My DM appears to have a very good concept of high fantasy scale. So, like, even as a level 11 party, we probably could not take on the Imperial Archmage by himself. So, like, we probably got plenty we probably got plenty in front of us. Honestly, years more. Someone's going to die in this wizard tower because they want to advance forward without me having all my with me having next to none. It's not even about me having all my magic. It's about or all my divine magic. It's about me having next to none of my divine magic. Believe it or not, I was sober before. I'm high now, and it's over for you. I thought you were high before. Mythic Combat Reflections plus an ability lets you attack of opportunity and attack that hits you. Oof. I feel like I had something like that in one game somewhere. I think that was that modified 3.5. Now you mention that, I feel like I did have a vengeance, a hit type thing. I don't remember which guy I had it on. I mean, there's the rogue guy that I mentioned a lot that I played for like 2 years, and then I had very briefly like this dwarven executioner guy, and I had this human um shadowcaster dude. And shadow was like an actual element, and it was this whole thing, and I used like fear and stuff. I didn't, even though I really liked I liked both those characters actually. But I had to leave both those games for various reasons. I still have contact info of the DM because that's the same DM with the same insanely modified 3.5 slash Fire Emblem system. But don't have the time to add more D&D games. POV, you just got an attack of opportunity on your balls. What do you do? Uh, where's my nearest claw hammer? Just because I don't own a sledge. Mythic combat reflexes equals unlimited attack of opportunities, so my Cobalt would literally run through groups of mobs and provoke AOO to attack them back. Oh man. You know, I would say it would actually be an attack with a improvised weapon, a claw hammer. But I used to work blue collar, so I'm pretty sure I'm proficient. I'm definitely proficient in screwdrivers. I actually used to be able to throw them with about the same reliability as my throwing knives. Dude, a Phillips head screwdriver can go through like an insane amount of material. Their penetrative power is scary. Like, try throwing. Well, no, first you have to learn an actual combat throw because the whole like spinning end over end is not a combat throw for knife throwing. That's a showman's throw. Combat throw a Phillips head screwdriver and see how much wood or even metal you can like shear right through, no problem. Like I went through the entirety of a picnic table, like like a picnic table has got like the boards, yay thick. No problem. All the way to the hilt. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna change the music. All right. My name just became screwdrivers. Jeez. Yeah, funny enough, Phillips head way better than flathead. I do not recommend flathead screwdrivers as a weapon. Phillips head's where it's at. He's a mean dude. Whoever he is, he ain't playing around. He making sure that wall not come down and that wound ain't getting patched up. Yo, straight up, flat out. That's how it be, man. I'm actually thinking of trying to blacksmith him when it warms up, so he would drive you to your limits. Yo, blacksmith is fun. I took a blacksmithing like weekend course at a nearby forge. Well, it's called the Foundry anyway. It's a big art like physical art space in Providence years ago. Super fun. I only lit myself on fire 3 times. It was great. Dude, I had so many burns on my hands. I didn't care. Yes, we were using gloves. That didn't matter. Because the stuff's so hot that like any type of contact, the glove instantly lights on fire. Went through a blacksmithing phase watching Alex Steele. It actually doesn't ring a bell. I feel like it should. Forged in Fire is good though. Alright, what's actually gonna be visible? Not really here, but Alex steals if PewDiePie was a master blacksmith? That's amazing. That's brilliant. That was very wide of a highlight, but you know what? I'm just gonna stick with it because you're not gonna be able to see that hardly at all, if at all, ever. It's fine. Getting some pretty wide highlights, but it's okay. I repeat, it is going to be okay. He was in some documentary on some of the youngest craft masters in the world. He was like, I don't know, 20 something at the time and one of the top skilled blacksmiths in the UK. Nice. Good for him. Master of his craft at 20 something. I wouldn't know what that's like. I am not a master, by the way. I'm good. I am not a master. Not by a long shot. YouTube is probably still bi-daily uploads. Wow. Dedicated team, huh? Because, you know, that's got to be a team doing that at that point. Yeah, this is straight up like a hair stuck in the paint. I don't know where these hairs come from. They're not mine, ironically. I've never seen what was clearly a piece of my hair stuck in stuff, but I get like weird bits of lint all the time. Bizarre. Makes like making a Damascus steel. Ah, freaking Grammarly's getting in the way again. Damascus steel dragon power and longsword episode 13. That kind of vibe. Yeah, it's cut from him doing the blacksmithing with some explaining what he's doing for like 15, 20 minutes of period of time. That's pretty cool. Cut commentary and B-roll of 13 minutes. If I were to go off, oh, actually, technically 16 minutes, technically, from when I hit 8 hours. Can I pull off finishing this piece? Just for laughs. I am just gonna go till I finish it, but like in theory, could I finish it? Just highlighting and fixing the white for the most part. Pulling a 9 to 5 on Twitch. Yeah. Do you guys think I'm kidding when I say going full time? You gotta go to 8 hours and 30 minutes. We ain't paying you for your break. Actually, mm, well, technically, Sai, you don't pay for any of my Twitch stuff, so. Because I don't even have ads playing anymore, so you specifically factor into none of my monetization. That's how a real job would do it. Now, if you work retail, you are required by law to, if you work over, was it, um, over, so at 4 hours you get 15, 6 hours you get a 30, or my job it would actually be a 45. And then at over 8 hours you would get a second 15. Two 15s were unpaid and half hour. Oh wait, no. The 15s were paid. 15s were paid. The half hour, we did a 45 was unpaid. And I'm starting to get my own thing rolling. Oh here. Yeah, I get. I'm just saying, like you say, we're not paying. You're not paying me anything under any version of any of this stuff. There's one thing when I had ads rolling, but I turned the ads off, so screw you. So trying to get my hands on my own money. I'm stuck in like online accounts, no spending methods. Like I've ordered a five. Oh yeah, you mentioned all of the freaking cards. Yeah, that's nuts. That's crazy. So I put my money on Venmo, ordered a Venmo card, declined due to a large number of orders. What? Do they not want you using your debit card? Worried about it's a scammer, I guess? Man, moments when I'm actually glad I have a standard bank account. Swap my money over to PayPal, or a PayPal debit card, approved, shipped, and you haven't heard. Oh yeah, you said you were gonna raise hell if you didn't get it by tonight. Did you get it? I'll take that as a no. They sent it to the wrong address. They sent a debit card to the wrong address. Yo, what even? That's not cool, man. Let's go sending debit cards to the wrong address. Also, I think I did again. I had like 6 people watching. I mentioned monetization and half of them dipped again. What's up with that? Good, I guess. I mean, man, you got a problem with me making money? So now I need to wait till the 29th for another one to actually send to my actual address. That's bonkers, man. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. So I've been struggling just to get my hands on my own money for months now. That's insane. You could also, just go open a bank account. Any cash open in bank account you can't open without it. And you can't pull out cash out of physical card some kind, so I can pull cash out of physical. Fair. It has all been so I can get the physical bills to open a bank account. I was just inactive in my account for like $2 for selling the account closed. Derp. There's just been this annoying rigmarole of all this stuff. Yeah. I hear you. Right now, I'm actually stuck in like a weird, similar mess where like I'm promised money from like 4 different directions right now. And I'm just waiting for any of them to like finish coming through. Like that big job starting any day. Probably looking like next week at this point. Web dev client I already did work for owes me money. She apparently was having credit card problems, so gotta wait for that to clear out. Uh, this commission to be done for the next round of stuff and that payment. Um, Sunday I got that job. That should actually be like guaranteed cash in my hand. Um, and yeah, ironically, my because of being sick and not being able to work anything, I pushed it right up to where like I have like $20 in my bank account right now. So like one surprise charge comes out and I'm like screwed. I'm like no. And like ironically, I have a bunch of money in not a bunch of money. I have some money in like a forex trading account, which is like doing okay. Uh, but like because you have to go through what do you call it, cryptocurrency to get any of it to move any of it into real money. It would still take me over a week to get any of that money. Like by the time I heard that like I wasn't getting money as soon as I originally was given the impression, it was already too late. Like whatever was gonna happen by the time any of that money turned into anything. It's just like, are you kidding me, guys? I'm like about to see if I can use PayPal's Zune thing to do like cash pickup from a Zune booth at a Walmart. Zune's like sending money to people overseas without debit cards. Hopefully, I won't have any issue with me sending myself money with Zune and just picking up in store. That's fair. Seems like a reasonable thing to do. Actually, after I log off here, I literally need to go like make sure none of my accounts are aren't overdrawn or if any of that money came in. And ironically, if I get the 150 before anything else, I have to almost immediately spend most of that back out owing family members that helped me with food. It's so dumb, the whole situation. All because I got sick for 3 weeks. Like, are you kidding me? Garbage. Is this white still useful? Nope, not at all. Great. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Just need to clean up 5 minutes. That'd be nice. Because the second open bank account, like 30 different stresses I lift on my shoulders. Can make a phone call quickly, but yeah, I'll be here. I think. Well, actually, I might be here. Make it quick. I don't know how long I'll be here, actually. Okay, that was still drying. Dude, the wait's insane. There's no way I'm getting this done in 5 minutes. I tried. I wanted it. Didn't quite happen. Oh well. That was pretty arbitrary anyway. I just wanted to see if I could. I really messed up was not putting more airbrush layers when I did the base coat. I don't know if you guys can really see it, but this is like really patchy color-wise. Well, it's not patchy until you apply matte white to it, which is the color I originally used, and realized matte white with a brush is way brighter because it's not nearly as thinned down. Which was going through the airbrush was ludicrously thinned down because for some reason it was the only way I could get to actually spray reasonably. But I only did like 3 passes on most of the stuff, and I should have done like 7. Alright, I'll catch you next stream, Si, if that's the case. Because, yeah, I'm probably going to be out of here within the next 10 minutes. I'll be back tomorrow, all day, same thing. Well, early afternoon Eastern, usually around 2-ish to sometime between 10 and 11 p.m. Usually around 10. I mean, just for right now, while my energy's still not as top-notch as it could be. As I was sick for 3 weeks, so yay. And yesterday was my first day back, so I am knocking out the 8 hours. Just I'm probably not gonna be hanging the 10 hours for a little while just yet. That's while I'm still working on a bunch of other stuff. Because I'm crazy. I'm crazy and my situations are crazy. And my nose just keeps stuffing up. Blech. Alright. I mean, it looks great on cam. It's a little wonky in person, but you know, we'll see what it looks like when it's done and see if I need to do more of it then. For now, let's pop these bits together. Oh, it's doing this again. I thought I widened this a bit, no? There we go. And the dry fit. Should just pop right on. Yeah, there we go. Alright. That's because I drill out all the holes a little bit wider. So that even after airbrushing and everything else, I'm not fighting all of the paint like I kind of had to here because I guess it didn't widen it enough. It's probably way more glue than it actually needs, but whatever. And I keep this loose so it can get to wherever it needs to be on the base, which will look like, oh, just need to go a little bit forward, a little bit backwards. Need a little bit backwards. There we go. That's what we're looking at with the guy hand here, chainsaw on his hip, pistol shooting down that way as he's going up and tilting a little bit on this rock ramp. Let me try to angle this with the cam. This is not easy. That's going to be the Outrider Sergeant. Alright. Well, that is 8 hours from me. I'd say we did quite a bit of progress as we took the base from a pile of green stuff and sprue to that. Primed and base coated everything and painted the bike core. Next up will be a bunch, tomorrow will be, let's see, the console and a bunch of the dude, I think, I want to say. A whole bunch of the dude, let's see. Trying to remember the sequence here we want. Yeah. The console, how much of the dude? All the dude except for this piece. This needs to go on last, actually. So a whole bunch of the dude is next. Basically everything else of the dude is tomorrow. We'll start with the back of the torso, work our way up. Torso, chest, well, this piece will need to be done sooner or later in that sequence anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Whole bunch of dude. A lot of dude. Then, I will try to do all of the dude tomorrow. And then that's what, Friday? So Saturday will be the side panels. Hopefully primarily like finishing up the dude and then primarily the side panels. And there's a chance that this week we could finish this guy. That's possible. I don't know if it's super likely, but it's possible. We'll see how it goes. But I'd say it's pretty good progress. It looks pretty good. And no, I'm not going to glue it down until all the pieces are attached and we have this, like, set up properly. Also helps with attaching stuff of taking it off. But it sits in there nicely. Just as planned. I like it. We're good. Alright, I'm gonna go. Probably would have rated, but, like, everyone left 2 minutes ago, I guess, when I started talking about my sequence. So, oh well. I'm just gonna jump off and catch up on my messages and get some food and whatever. If I don't have the wherewithal to do some studying on some programming, maybe I'll even start on this guy like doing his backpack or something boring. I'll catch y'all later.